our workshop to order and have the clerk call the roll, please.
Councilmember Newton, Councilmember Hannah, Councilmember Alleman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bash, Mayor Grumbeyer,
Here.
all present. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and get right into it. Director Robles, do you want to go ahead and get us started today?
Just briefly, this evening we have Ramble, who is a consulting group for what is identified as the Wiley Laboratory, and they're here to present an update on the remediation efforts with DTSC. Ramble is is a consulting group responsible for handling the cleanup efforts, and they are responsible for reporting to DTSC, which is the Department of Toxic Substance Control. So one thing I do want to point out that this is just an update on the remediation efforts, not a discussion on a project or anything. That's maybe in the future. But again, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our Ramble consultant.
There we go. Can you hear me now? There we go. My name's Eric Pearson. I work for Ramble. I'm the environmental consultant for the RP, as they mentioned. I'm here to give you all an update to some of the remediation. That's what I was asked to do. So let's just get into it. I understand you want to make this as brief as possible and get to any questions you might have. So first thing, we'll do a quick thing on site setting. The site is 429 acres, sparsely developed at the time of development. Majority of the site was a buffer zone. Site's east-west trending canyons, steep granitic canyons, our outcrops, veneers of sand, so forth. And there is a surface water, which is a limited ephemeral stream that kind of cuts from east to west across the site. You can see on this this picture, you can kind of see the ephemeral stream being the trees and so forth, kind of cutting. This particular picture, if you were to be maybe in a hot air balloon directly off of hillside looking due east, that would be the property looking east towards, and then in the far background, it hasn't been developed in this photo yet, but in the far background would be where Hidden Valley Golf Course is. All right. So also it should be known that the site is currently undeveloped and zoned for preservation and development. Use of groundwater at the site is prohibited because there's an enforced land use covenant, and the property owner currently keeps it site fenced and posted to restrict public access. Not going to go into all of the background, but just a quick snapshot of things. So Wiley started shutting down operations back in 2000. The site was sold in 2002 to an entity called CRB. DTSC issued a consent order in 2003. Wiley exited in 2004. And this is when subsurface remediation investigations started to really pick up. They started as early as 95, and are going on to present day. But through that period of time is when we've been doing all the subsurface remediation investigation. The upper basin, which I've got an image to show you where that's located, is 212 acres on the eastern side of the property that has received unrestricted regulatory closure in 2009, which means it can be used for any purpose, following the zoning guidance from the city. And then it was sold or picked up by CACRF, acquired out of foreclosure in 2009. Site was then rezoned roughly 2010 to preservation and development, which, as you may know, prohibits residential. There's a couple of other things unique to it, but most importantly, prohibits residential. Remedial action plan was then developed and approved by DTSC in 2013, and that's the roadmap that Ramble prepared and was approved by DTSC on how we're going to clean things up. Later in 2013, Lansing acquired the property, and then in 2014, the land use covenant was executed between the current property owner, Lansing, and DTSC. I mentioned here's the entire 429 acres shown bordered in green, and just to get your orientation, on the far west side, you have Norco High School there. Some of you may know of the water tank that was recently redone. That's in the southwest corner down there. and kind of that circle there. It's kind of notched out. And then some of you also might know of the FAA beacon, which is at the northern end at the top. It's kind of a half circle there next to the August 2013. And then, of course, you've got Hidden Valley Golf Course all the way off to the east, and El Paso would be down, and the homes along there are on the south. Oh, a couple of other things. So the dark green line denotes the border, and everything to the east of that line is what we call the upper basin. That's the area that could be used for any use following city zoning guidelines. But as far as DTSC is concerned, it's received full regulatory closure. We're working on what's called the lower basin, and that's going to be the heart of what we're going to go over today. It's the lower basin. And again, you have the ephemeral stream kind of cutting it in half, sort of, cutting from east to west, and then we have the northern quadrant and the southern quadrant. Just to give you a flavor of what the land use covenant allows and what it doesn't allow. So it prohibits the use for residential, hospital, daycare, can't have any of those things on there. Prohibits groundwater extraction except for monitoring. Prohibits drilling for any water, oil or gas, unless it's approved by DTSC. Prohibits extraction or removal of groundwater without a groundwater management plan. Again, has to be pre-approved by DTSC. And then on site, there's no complete exposure pathway for groundwater ingestion, only a complete exposure pathway, meaning people, if there was buildings on there, there could be a vapor intrusion concern. So the land use covenant requires new buildings that, or any development on there would have to include vapor mitigation. That's built into this land use covenant. So going from, after doing all this investigation and going to the remedial action plan, there's a couple, this is kind of the next step. We have to develop a site-specific cleanup goals. According to DTSC, those cleanup goals are to commercial use for on-site, the on-site property. We developed a model called a conceptual site model that evaluates what potential exposure pathways are complete. We use site-specific data and some really conservative assumptions in order to keep people and ecological receptors safe. So we've established we have approval from DTSC for cleanup goals of soil, gas, and groundwater. And that's all enclosed in our remedial action. The remedial action plan looks at 5 distinct areas. Highlighted them here, 1 through 5. And I've given, in the remedial action plan, we've also outlined what we think is the approximate remedial action period, or our cleanup timing. So the first one is what we call area FH. These areas are denoted from the old Wiley area locations. That's why they're kind of foreign maybe. But area FH source is there off to the east, kind of has that Y-shaped look to it. Then area 2 is the distal portion of that continues down in a southwestern trending location to the southwest corner of the property. And then area 3 is the area plume, and then 4 is a little tiny circle right there between 2 plumes. We call it the MW33 area. That remediation has been completed in 2016. And then area 5 is what we call the northwest area, and that is at the northwest corner there, I guess just south of Golden West Lane. And as you can see, a lot of these have some extensive or long remedial action periods. So we're going to go through on how things are looking today. So the first one, I mentioned area FH plume source. This is the one on the east. There's 3 distinct bunkers remaining on the site, and those were the source areas where we've been doing a lot of our remediation. What I want you to take away from these 2 images is the one on the left is back in 2013. So this is right after the RAP was approved. And then what we have is 4th quarter of last year. And you can see that we've reduced quite a bit of the remediation, or a lot of the trichloroethylene contaminant that's in groundwater. We've made a lot of headway. I think we have a little bit more to do, but this just shows we're making really solid progress toward cleaning up this particular area.
Before you move on, can you explain, because you're saying that we can see that there's been a lot of progress, is there a key to what the colors mean on the map? Are they,
Not shown here, but I'd be happy to kind of explain it. So you can see that like the red color on the left side is anything over 10,000. That's a ground or a concentration contour line. That's what each of those lines means. That's the equal concentration line. And we use mathematics and evaluate the concentrations we find in monitoring wells in order to develop these concentrations. The next one out would be 5,000, which is kind of that magenta. Yellow would be 1,000. Pink would be 100. And then blue, I think the dark blue is 10, and then the light blue would be 5. Our cleanup goal for on-site groundwater is 303 micrograms per liter. I didn't get into too much of it. Don't know how much, you want to get into the weeds on this, but I'm happy to explain.
and then what does the green mean on the other side?
The green is our cleanup goal. We've started to show what's remaining. So green is 303 micrograms.
And the goal was,
303.
thank you, that's it.
No problem. So looking at the distal, we're now kind of that east-west trending part of the plume that's heading towards the southwest corner of the site. Concentrations are significantly declining. The ephemeral stream, actually, we've done a lot of studies of it, is a huge biological reactor for helping us clean up those concentrations. The only well in this particular area that's currently above our cleanup goal is the one that's shown in orange there. And I've shown a trend plot there. You can see in the last 3 or 4 years, it's got a solid declining trend. All the rest are below our cleanup goals. And then by the time you get to the southwest corner property line, we're at below drinking water. The drinking water, the state sets maximum contaminant levels of 5 for this particular contaminant. So it's below that. Yes.
The one well you have there, I believe it's on about 3rd and Hillside, that area. Is that the one shown here, that top one?
No, this is almost kind of the middle of the site. It's just below the ephemeral stream. So this isn't anywhere near 3rd and Hillside. We haven't gotten to that area yet.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Which contaminant is shown here? I'm assuming it's
All the
different.
contaminants that we speak to are trichloroethylene.
Okay.
That's
But
our
what you s-
primary chemical of concern.
You said the goal was 303 micrograms, but then, which is lower than the state's requirement of 5?
5 micrograms.
Thank you.
The area E plume, we utilize trees in order to send their roots down into the groundwater and help us clean up the groundwater. We've utilized specialized hybridized trees in order to do this work. There's lots of case studies of their effectiveness of doing so, and we've done on-site studies in order to make sure that it's effective. It's working. It's doing, basically, it's extending the work that the ephemeral stream we saw doing. We've pre-planted this. The hybrid poplars that we use are similar to what you'd find in any of your other ephemeral streams. A lot of cottonwoods, same kind of thing. We also mix in some willows, which also you'd find in ephemeral streams. So the trees are uptaking and digesting the COCs. COCs is chemicals of concern, so our trichloroethylene, and it's doing a good job. It's just going to be a while for us to do this cleanup. The water and the contaminants move very, very slowly in this area, and that's why we're comfortable with this approach. The MW33 area, as I mentioned, is this circle. It was an area where we had some elevated or really high concentrations of trichloroethylene from past use of that material. We treated it in 2016, heated it all up, boiled it all off, captured it, absorbed it onto carbon, disposed of the carbon correctly, and that work was completed in a short period of time. So it was turned off in September of 2016, and we're currently working through some 5-year review comments with the DTSC in this area. If you have any further comments about this area.
Was it retested since 2016, September?
Yes, it's been tested and will continue to be tested because it's kind of in between other plumes. It will be part of the monitoring network.
How often is it tested?
This particular area is tested annually.
I actually have two questions. If we're going to leave this area. One, so in the upper basin, is the water clean, or is all the water for the
Yes.
entire site?
Yes,
So it's just the south, the lower
just
basin.
the lower basin that we're dealing with. Yes.
Okay, and then do we know how the trichloroethylene got there?
Our understanding is that, from the 50s up through, say, the 80s, trichloroethylene was used ubiquitously by many corporations as a really good solvent cleaner for hydraulic oils and so forth. They had a lot of hydraulic oil shaker tables. They used it for cleaning car parts and so forth at their car maintenance facility. That's our best understanding, is that they used it as a solvent degreaser.
Thank you. So. Oh, will it affect the golf course at all?
No,
Because
because
that's way up above.
yeah, it's up gradient. We actually have the golf course actually has run-ons onto our, kind of affects some of our stuff because they have higher nitrate levels. That's one of the things that we have to follow in our discharge permits. Thank you. Yeah. The final area is the on-site northwest area. HCS stands for hydraulic control system. This hydraulic system was installed as an interim system early on in 2008, and then ultimately became the final remedy for this area when we wrote the remedial action plan. It involves just pumping groundwater out of the ground, which is in compound 6, and then pumped from compound 6 to compound 7, which is shown in that second picture towards the middle of the site. In that compound 7 is our treatment compound, goes through activated carbon, then goes through some resin, and after it comes out, it's discharged under a water board permit to our MPS discharge area. We also recycle some of the water for our irrigation of our trees. It's perfectly clean, other than the fact I would want to drink it because it hasn't been chlorinated or anything like that. But I mean, all the contaminants have been removed and are below detection limits. So we feel comfortable giving it to our trees. I mentioned it's a kind of a pump and treat system, which exists of 15 extraction wells. We have solid declining concentrations in this area. It's been very effective in pulling the concentrations back onto the site. You'll see in this next image. You can see before we turned on the system in 2008, there was significant concentrations leaving the site. Second quarter of last year, you can see all of those high concentrations have been brought back onto the site at very low concentrations. We're not at 5 micrograms per liter offsite quite yet. We, again, still have some work to do, but I say we've made some significant headways in reducing the mass flux from leaving this part of the area. That's all of the on-site. I'm happy to take additional questions. Anything else I didn't cover?
Does council have a question? So we'll start with Kevin and we'll work this way, Rowan, if that's all right.
So, how's the high school looking in the FFA and the FFA barns and all that stuff? Last time we talked to somebody, they were going to look into that.
Yeah. So I think you spoke to DTSC and asked them to do some follow-up investigation in that area. My understanding is that's been reported to DTSC if they haven't gotten back to you. My understanding is that the concentrations were lower, non-detect. So
Can we
good.
find out about that, Lori?
Right. And then just, this probably isn't in your bailiwick, but I graduated from there in 1973. And of course, there's lots of talk when this first came down about cancer clusters. And the truth is, my class has lost a ton of people to cancer. In your view, is there any connection at all that you think of, or is it something that's not in your purview?
Yeah, it's not really in my purview. I mean, those, in talking about those type of impacts to the residents should be done with DTSC.
The Cancer Society said there's no clusters, but anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm looking at the map on slide 7 that the plume contours as of 2010, and then I was comparing that to the on-site NWA Q2 2022 groundwater, second quarter 2022, because I know you're saying that the limits have gone down quite a bit. Is there an updated,
Which map are you talking to?
the very last page?
Oh.
Last slide. This one. Oh, sorry. Keep going. Yes.
I think I'm going the wrong way. Hold on.
That's okay.
This one.
Yes. Because the map we have that kind of has the overall picture that really shows where the plume's going down towards the residences and the high school is 13 years old, but this is updated data. Is there a map overall that shows the data from 2022?
Yes, so twice a year we submit reports and they're publicly available. They're semi-annual reports. I don't have one. Part of what I can share with you, because I figured somebody might have some questions about direction. So really hard to see, but I think that the key thing here, this is one of those maps that we would put into those semi-annual reports. The key thing you should see is that the way we evaluate is looking at trends. And trends is 8 data points or more. And some of these we have many points. So we have plenty of data. Green is a declining trend. Blue is typically non-detect or very, very low concentration. Non-detect means the lab can't see the contaminants in the sample, which means it's a very low result. And then yellow would mean that there's either maybe unstable or increasing trends. So there are 2 locations on this particular map. One is in the baseball field, which is our deepest well, has some increasing trends, and then what we call core hole 6 is along 3rd Street, which is up gradient of one of our treatment areas, also has a slight increasing trend.
Okay, so in looking and comparing the first map to the snapshots that are included that are updated as of 2022, I wanted to see how much it's declining where we have students or residents, and particularly in buildings, because I understand that if it's outside, it evaporates. It's not a danger if it's the baseball field, right? But
Right.
if someone's in a building that doesn't have, a system that's ventilating the air, then there are dangers from being exposed to the vapors. So when we look at that same last slide, 16, the plume in purple has shrunk quite a bit compared to 2008. What kind of risks would be associated with that level of
Well, so we're kind of mixing apples and oranges a little bit.
Okay.
Because the groundwater is our source of what might be harmful to people off-site. There's no contamination in the soil, but what there is contaminants in groundwater that's migrating off the site. The contaminant is a volatile compound, so it can off-gas from the groundwater, make its way up into buildings through vapor intrusion. So the potential vapor intrusion is what you're speaking to
Yes.
and the concerns. So we do a similar thing for soil vapor. This is a soil vapor map, and we have different probes. These are 5 and 15 foot probes below the ground surface. And what we look for are any areas where there might be increasing trends of soil vapor going up in concentration. What you see in here is there isn't any. They're all green or blue. So What
Green
that-
meaning nothing was detected, and blue meaning
Green means it was detected, but it's got a declining trend. Meaning the concentrations are going down.
but they're still there.
They're still there.
So what I'm trying to find is an updated map that would show where the highest risk areas would be. I know not all of the residents necessarily have
Right.
mitigation in
Right.
their houses. And
Right.
I believe DTSC said they send out a letter every year
That's right.
as part of the settlement and offer those residents that. But so I'm curious to know, what I'd like to know is how much has that area shrunk when we're looking at it now? How many of our residents might still be at risk for these vapors coming out, into their residences that don't necessarily have the mitigation system to protect their families?
Right. So that's evaluated, and I think what we should do, because it's kind of outside of the purview of what we're here for today. I mean,
Okay.
I know that's what you guys want to know, but we should really have DTSC and myself, if you want to have those concentrations for the offsite component. And I was kind of asked to do an on-site evaluation. We do have maps that can do that. I just don't have them here for you.
Okay. And then the covenant for no housing is only the lower basin. I think you alluded to that, right? Okay. And on this, I think you answered already. My question that I had written down as we were talking was just about the other one where the area that was deemed remediated, and that's because there's been continued testing that shows that
Yes.
the levels are.
There was sufficient amount of testing and data provided to DTSC that they've closed the area.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time
Thank
and your information. Question on, basically on the land use covenants. Our preservation and development zoning would still prevail. As it was mentioned, that the upper basin is considered clear and residential could be allowed by that, but not by our zoning.
That is correct.
Okay. So my question is that we've had a couple of proposals for construction, whether it's, I guess this would primarily be on the vapor barrier. That would only be in the lower basin?
Correct.
Okay. And outside of, say, any type of construction that way, you would have to have a vapor barrier. Would there also have to be venting in that process?
Typically, if we were going to be involved, in a site like this where it may need to have additional venting, kind of do the bootstraps, the whole boot straps and suspenders type of approach. So not only do you have the vapor barrier, but you could put perforated pipe in there, have a passive system initially. If warranted, you could also make that an active depressurization type system.
So
it's-
that, well, I know in Eastvale, when they started to convert the dairies, that there's properties that are vented for the methane.
Correct.
But the structure themselves, would they have to be vented also? So
Yeah.
the,
yeah,
the dirt and the structure.
yeah. So in this particular case, no, it wouldn't be the structure. It would just be underneath the barrier.
Okay. And then that would be, who would observe and approve that?
DTSC.
Okay.
They have to review and approve of the design.
Okay. So the city would have no stake in that vapor mitigation.
Not that I know of. I mean, other than if permits are needed from the city.
Thank you.
Getting over there to your wells that, you do have wells that are removing it, water, underground water that's contaminated, right?
That's correct.
Now, where does the water go when you remove it?
It goes to the middle of the site for treatment, and then once it's been treated, it's discharged to the land, basically adjacent to that ephemeral stream.
So it goes right back into to the groundwater and everything.
Right.
After it's been treated. All right.
Correct.
How deep are those wells?
80 to 110 feet.
Okay, now when you may not know the answer to this, but when you have, we have really heavy rain, comes off of the hills and everything. Now, that rainwater, some of it's gonna go back in there. Does that affect what you've already treated, or,
It actually helps us. Yeah.
should help you?
Yeah, yeah. It actually helps us do kind of almost a recirculation. So things that might still have some light concentrations that are kind of hung up, sometimes that washes that into our control system. It's picked up, and we monitor the what we call the depressurization, the decline of the water table in around that property line, and upgrading to that. Those wells are creating these cones of depression where water is then picked up by extraction wells and then treated.
And you have the filtering systems up there in the middle. The filtering systems up there in the middle of the property.
Yeah, it's more than capable of handling all of that. It was sized for 50 gallons per minute continuously, and it's a batch system, so it only processes maybe 12 to 15,000 gallons a day.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
And but I was concerned whether you was hauling it off site or
no,
whatever to get rid of it.
no, we haul the carbon off site, but that's managed through hazardous waste process.
Well, you may not know the answer to this, but since all this began back, I don't know, 2003 or 4, whatever they discovered it, has anybody done a survey, or do they do surveys regularly to see how many people down below, especially the school kids, if any of them contact cancers from?
I don't know.
'Cause I know when it first come out, there was all these people that had cancer where it was pretty high concentrate. I didn't know how it was now.
Right. It kind of goes back to Kevin's question.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming today.
Oh, I appreciate
I have a couple of questions as well. So your company's responsible for putting in the wells and monitoring the wells, is that correct?
it. That's correct.
So in the last 12 months, you've put in several new wells around the high school and on Temescal Avenue. Can you tell me why that type of money would have been invested if the group feels like things are under control?
So, as I mentioned, we still have kind of ongoing investigations. We also have to report, and we have the oversight of DTSE. So some of the actions we do are not always our decision making. It's requested of us by the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and they look at the information. Sometimes they feel that there might be data gaps. So we feel we have enough information and understanding, because we've been working on this for many years. And some of the DTSC feel more comfortable if they had a little bit more data. So they have the authority to make us go out and collect more data, which requires us to install. Sometimes it's a vapor probe, which is only 15 feet deep, and other times they want us to collect groundwater. So we're very sensitive to putting in new wells. So some of the drilling you may have seen in the public areas and around the high school, some of it was not putting in wells, but collecting what we call a grab groundwater. So we drill down to groundwater, collect a sample, and then we abandon it in order to evaluate what the results are. We don't want to necessarily put in a well for the sake of putting in a well. It's expensive. Plus, I mean, from our point of view, that's a long-term monitoring cost that if we don't need it, we don't want to have to incur it.
When the teams are going out to do the monitoring, I know you mentioned like one of the wells was checked annually. Are different wells on different schedules for monitoring? And if so, can you explain what those different schedules are?
Yeah, so we monitor wells sometimes on a quarterly, semi-annual, or annual basis. And a lot of that decision making of how frequent we monitor wells and how well we or how long we've been monitoring certain locations. We feel comfortable. We have a pretty stable understanding trend of the data. We don't need to collect it very frequently, so we can collect those on an annual basis. Those that are maybe newer, we have less understanding, we might do quarterly, and then of course semi-annuals in between.
And so the newer wells that have been installed will go on to like the 30-year or the 20-year, depending on the area that they're in, or is there a schedule for your, because the offsite says 30-year?
That's correct. So they would be there for roughly 30 years.
And monitored minimally annually.
Or semi-annual, yeah.
Okay.
There's semi-annual wells offsite.
So I guess my question is that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding from what you're saying is if there's additional wells, they were requested by DTSC because they either wanted to fill, they felt that there was a gap in the information or an area needed further exploration because of some potential concern, or?
Well, evaluation, so two different things. Sometimes it's not always a concern for public health, but delineation. So part of our work is if we haven't fully delineated and understand the extents of things, they're going to ask us to go and find the extent. It may not necessarily mean anything in terms of the public's concern, but it means something to them in terms of their job of making us delineate.
You're trying to find the edge of the contamination, correct?
Yes.
So some of those wells are relatively new. When would we expect to be able to have a report to say, yes, we found the edge of the contamination and it's at Second and Temescal, or it's wherever it's at?
So we just finished the second quarter sampling, and that report is roughly due at the end of August.
I think that is all of my questions at this time. So, any other questions? Yeah. Right.
Kind of up what the mayor was talking about with the different RA periods, the 17, the 30, 25, 30-year periods. What was crossing my mind is like a flood zone. Okay, that this is a 100-year flood zone, and then we get a big rain and go, oh, we've never had a rain like that, so we'll change the zone now to a 200-year floodplain. Do these, like the 30-year period, are those end dates, or can they expand to greater numbers? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I guess they are goals, and they could extend, but we've also been very proactive in order to try to reduce those timeframes. For instance, the one that was 17 years, we're very close to being done. We're only at year 9. So if things were going well and we think we can be done in another 3 years, we'll easily meet 17. So it can go either way, I would say.
So I know there's a lot of guesswork with this and assumptions, but like the 17-year could be accomplished in less time, but the 25-year could move to a 30-year.
It could.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't always have a lot of control, just like we
Right.
don't have control over weather. So it's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah. But we also look at things year to year and then have 5-year reviews to look how effective our remediation is going. So it's not like we just do it and then sit back and wait. Every 5 years, we're evaluating effectiveness. What can we do to be more effective, be proactive? For instance, the Hillside and Third area, we put in a treatment zone in order to be proactive and reduce concentrations that move down towards the high school quicker. Our remedial action plan, if you read it, says we wouldn't have had to do that because things were stable. But we felt that that wasn't being proactive enough in order to get concentrations within the time frame that we want.
And then on the plume itself, can you project that is the plume moving, changing direction, stabilizing?
The plume's very stable.
Okay.
It really hasn't changed shape. If anything, I'd say it's shrunk because we've been with the pump and treat system. We've been pulling the high concentrations out, in taking that away. And of course, having heavy rains helps us with some of the natural attenuation of those contaminants too.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I have another question now. I apologize. So you talked about the report being potentially done around the end of August. So your company or your agency reports directly to DTSC, and is that your only obligation for reporting?
Well, we're hired by the responsible party,
Okay.
and we're required under the consent order, or our client is responsible to report to DTSC under consent order all activities. So if we need to put in wells, we have to get a work plan, and it has to be approved by them. These monitoring reports, we prepare them, it goes into them, they review it, they give us comments back, we have to respond to those comments.
So if a resident wanted to get this information, because you said it's publicly available, I'm guessing just from the school district and the city, it's not like you guys are knocking on the door saying, hey, here's our report, that we're going to have to proactively find that information. So where would residents or school district employees or city employees find that information?
I don't know exactly off the top of my head. I know that there's a couple of repositories. One, I believe, is a local library. There's also the DTSC's website, EnviroStore, but that's also up to DTSC to keep that up to date on whether the most recent report gets on there timely. So the repositories may not be there exactly like September 1, but I would say before the end of the year, you definitely have a hard copy to see the most recent.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I that was my question that I had. So I just did a simple Google, right, of Wiley Labs, DTSC. They've moved things over to EnviroStore. I found that, but it's not user friendly for the average citizen. I would say I'm having trouble just finding the reports as I'm on here looking. So for us, right, to be able to give the best and most accurate information to our residents, which is one of the reasons we're having this workshop, right, is we have been wanting to stay up to date and finding out what's going on and getting the information so that we can pass it on accurately. Would the best person, who are the best people for us to remain updated outside of trying to just go to DTSC's website? Would it be you? Would it be DTSC? Would it be both of you? Is there a way that we as the city can be a little more in the loop? For instance, when things are getting drilled, it's not necessarily a well, we're just taking a water sample to give information, when we have students or families or residents who want to know what's happening and might see that as something that is more than what it is.
Yeah, I would recommend that you'd reach out to DTSC to find out. I mean, they should be proactive, and I mean, they're a liaison to you guys. They're supposed to be representing the public. So I'd be certainly happy to share where the repositories are, because we're responsible for putting that information in there. I can share that with the council or anyone else.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a way that we can put that on our website, some way, or some link, or maybe we need to talk to DTSC?
Yeah, I'm sure that we could, but I don't want to. I'm not comfortable for us taking responsibility for
No, I understand
DTSC's
that.
role.
I'm thinking the
But
same
what we
thing.
could do is if we get in a rhythm where we're
The
monitoring
link
those.
to it.
Yeah, if we're getting in the rhythm of monitoring those posts, we could provide links to those. That would be good. And I think a good follow-up today sounds like, since you do have a lot of questions specifically for DTSC staff, so we can reach out, and with regard to off-site issues. So I think what we can do is follow up with them and request they come and really specifically speak to those other issues and provide a briefing for you in the community. So we can do that.
All right, thank you for
Thank you.
your report. So this will conclude the workshop at this time. We are going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. So I'm going to ask the city attorney to read our closed session items.
Madam Mayor, going into closed session on items 1 through 5 on the closed session agenda. I apologize, I thought they were numbered. conference with labor negotiator, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and conference with legal counsel, existing litigation.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we will go ahead and adjourn to closed session. session at 7:01, and I'm going to have the city attorney give a report of actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, there was no reportable action.
All right, thank you. So tonight we are going to have the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilmember Hannah, and then followed by our invocation from Pastor Spencer Parrish, Beacon Hill Assembly of God. So is Pastor Parrish here from Assembly of God? All right. Well, I know there, I see several pastors. Do you guys want to play nose ghost real quick? Pastor Phil, can you come up and give the invocation for us, please?
Thank you. Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to come before you today. And Lord, we thank you for our great city. Lord, we thank you for its rich history. And we thank you for the good plans you have for our city and our citizens. And Lord, we pray your blessing on this time. We pray that your truth and your grace and your love would guide us in all of our decisions. I pray, Father, that you would be with the city council, Lord, as they represent the citizens of Norco. May they do it well. May they take this responsibility, continue to act seriously, to take it, Lord, as a mission that they have. And may, Lord, they further your will and purposes, Lord, for each and every person here tonight. May we be open to your truth, and may you bless this time in Jesus' name. Amen.
So at this time, we have a proclamation. I'm going to go ahead and come down to the podium, and then to my colleagues, you guys will be joining me here in a bit. All right, this evening we are recognizing June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month by presenting a proclamation to a member of the community who has contributed to the economic, cultural, spiritual, and or political development of our city. At this time, I would like to call up Abigail Gibson to receive the proclamation on behalf of our community. All right, so whereas in 1969, the Stonewall Uprising, also known as the Stonewall Riots, occurred in New York City and transformed the gay rights movement in the United States. And whereas in 1999, President Bill Clinton designated the month of June as Gay and Lesbian Pride Month, and whereas since 1999, American presidents have designated June as Pride Month to commemorate the anniversary of the 1969 Stonewall Uprising and reflect on the significant roles that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals have played in shaping U.S. history. And whereas the city of Norco recognizes its local LGBTQ plus history and reflects on the strides we have made to ensure that all citizens feel accepted and included. And whereas the city of Norco is a diverse community that is honored to celebrate the history and legacies of LGBTQ plus community members who have contributed to the economic, cultural, spiritual, political development of our city, state, and country. Now, therefore, I, Robin Grunmeyer, Mayor of the City of Norco, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Norco, where all citizens, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions to our community.
As an openly gay person in Norco may sound like a scary thing to some people. I have no doubt For some, it has been. But for my partner, Michelle, and I, we've gotten to experience the love and acceptance of this community. We found a home here. We made a home here. We met people who were strangers that became family. We got to pursue our dreams of homesteading in this community. My partner Michelle volunteers with several local nonprofits in organic gardening and sustainability, all while finishing her degree in plant science at Cal Poly Pomona. I get to own animals here, the animals I've wanted my whole life, that I get to raise both because they make me happy and to provide food for myself. I taught myself to process birds for meat, and now I teach other people to do it to provide for their families. I love being involved in the community where I work and live. If I've ever argued with you on Facebook, sorry, not sorry. It probably has to do with a bit of a darker side of being gay in Norco. The unadulterated hate and almost daily reminders that not everyone in Norco is full of the love and acceptance that so many of us share. But that's why it's so important, and it means so much to us that today that our city council takes the time to recognize us as relevant citizens of this awesome little town. So we just want to say thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. We love it here, and happy Pride, everyone.
All right, so we are going to move right into city council business, which is item number 1, city council reports on regional boards. And we are going to be starting with council member Hannah. Oh, just kidding. We're starting with Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
So, the most important thing that I participated in was the Metropolitan Water District Delta tour. I had not yet taken that tour, and it was kind of scary because if one of those dikes ever break, it could cause catastrophic damage to our food supply. To be honest, I was quite angry. I mean, the voters several years ago voted in monies to correct the problem, and there's a fish, and the fish, we went to the complex where they're growing this little fish, and they're all happy because they put out last year like 400,000 of them, and they found 3. So each fish, I don't need to laugh, but each fish costs like $800,000. I mean, it's just amazing. But it's sad at the same time because it stopped 2 pipelines that were going through there that would have taken water. And if the dike had broken, you still would have a water supply to Southern California, and you would still have crops. But the fish thing was very illuminating. The second most illuminating thing that I saw was in dealing with the water people. They're all about water. And they actually have present company accepted, Chad, but they actually have no clue, none whatsoever, of what the cities are going through. None. And so one of the things I'm proposing through Western Regional Council of Governments is that we don't have water people come talk to us. We have to talk back to them. The reality is that if what they're saying is to be believed, we don't have enough water for all these houses that we're expected to build. We just don't. And what's funny is that the personal views that come into play, where they say things like, well, I want my kids to live near me. You're like, but you just said there's not enough water. So it's a really strange situation. So I think what needs to happen is city leaders need to actually sit down with the water people. Somehow the state legislature better solve this problem, because the other thing I came away with is that we can't conserve our way out of this problem. So because the environmental groups and this little fish, and again, I don't mean to laugh, but it's just how much this fish costs. They were supposed to do the two, now they're doing the one pipeline. And, you know, shame on the governor, because he went along with that program. He is not doing what he needs to do for our water supply. It also made me realize how important our EAT program here is at Norco, because we're going to need to grow food. And when you actually see it, and I don't know how many of you have gone on the tour on the council or anybody out in the audience, when you actually see what's happening is that you have a dike and you have the ocean, or you have the brackish water, which is water that's sort of transitioning to fresh water, and you have this dike that's holding it back, and over here you have the farmland. Literally, the farmland is sometimes 30, 40 feet below the dike. And what's amazing is that I didn't know this, but the soil aerates. And so the soil, it's not just settling, but the soil, when it reaches a certain point, literally just escapes into the atmosphere, and the land just keeps settling. So if those dikes ever break, it could literally wipe out our food supply for hundreds of miles. So it was very eye-opening, and so it's going to be one of my big tasks that I'm going to put forward through the Western Regional. I'll begin with the Western Regional Council of Governments. And then I'll let Greg talk a little bit on the RTRP task force, but I'm guardedly optimistic that staff is doing a fabulous job. I mean, Lori is, truthfully, you're like right on top of it. I think our attorney, Greg, is right on top of it. So I'll let you kind of talk about that meeting. That's all Well, in essence, I guess the city council over at Riverside, Steve and Chuck, the two council members over there, they kind of beat back a move to try to get rid of the RTRP subcommittee, and they ended up with unanimous support. We're really lucky. Councilwoman Cervantes is really in our corner, and she's really advocating. So it's sort of a two-prong effort. You've got looking for the funding, because Edison won't tell us, so now we're coming up with a different strategy, but then we're going to go through the California CPUC to begin to advocate, and we're close to getting to that point, right, Lori? We're very close to getting the information to them. We're also waiting for the fire map to find out the kind of fire danger that we're having. We're building a great group of elected officials. We've got Kelly Suarto, Bill Lasaley, Sabrina Cervantes, Richard Roth. We've got 3 of the 5, maybe 4 of the 5 county supervisors. We have Congressman Calvert, Congressman Takano. So we have a pretty good group of people, pretty strong, and they attend the meetings pretty regularly. So I'm pretty happy about that. We're supposed to have like the best attorney. It's amazing what you can buy for $250,000. But it's money well spent if we stop this. And I think people are, the CPUC, the new thing they're trying to lay out for a lot of these is everything should be undergrounded. Not everything in the middle of nowhere, but in areas like where we are, cities, they want everything undergrounded. Edison's coming back with saying that, well, you know, we have brand new, you know, ways of running things that are much safer. Does much safer mean 100% safer? I have no idea. But I think Eastvale is going to be on board pretty soon. As you recall, when we almost lost the northwest quadrant of Norco, the Bluff area, Eastvale, they were very close to having a lot of their area burnt. So I think that, Mark, form is gonna get back to his council and find out. Yurupa Valley will not be able to help us because they signed an agreement for their undergrounding, so even though they're quietly supportive, they can't really come out and fight for us. And I'm pretty certain that we can get, if we wanted to, we could get several cities to sort of weigh in on this that might pressure Edison. So I don't know, Greg, if I missed something, jump in there, but I think we got everything. Oh, there's a meeting coming up. Not this meeting, but the next meeting, we kind of have to decide, are we just going to send a letter, or do we want to have maybe a couple of us sitting in the audience? But then you're kind of wondering, Greg brought up a point that, well, if we're there, we're kind of trying to put pressure, but at the same time, or are we supporting? We're just not sure, but we definitely need to send a letter. And by the way, the Riverside staff is coming along much better now too. They seem to be on board. City manager and Edison is all of a sudden much nicer to us. So we're kind of hoping that maybe they see the writing on the wall and we'll be able to beat this thing back. I think that's it, Greg. Anything else? Thank you. And I didn't mean to laugh at the fish. I'm really sorry, but they've got this whole complex that's just absolutely amazing, and these really sincere, hardworking scientists, and they've got all the fish in the vats, and they're so excited. Their goal is to, when they throw the fish out, in a couple of days, they get 100 back. All the rest have died. So they're happy they got 3.
Nothing to report at this time.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hannon?
Hang on a minute.
Oh.
I'll get this in now. I don't have anything to report from the commissions, but, last week, Chief Animal Control Superintendent Sparks and I met with 9 of the deputies over at, Station 47. And, Bonnie, we showed them how to put your halters on the horse. They all did good. They got their certificates and they're ready to go out in the world and capture horses. Thank you for showing up.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. Last week attended the barn construction subcommittee meeting up at Engels Park. It was an on-site meeting, and we toured the progress of the construction, and it's looking really good. And I think, you know, we're moving along according to schedule. And I do want to compliment Amanda and all your staff. I really appreciate your enthusiasm, and that you're just on top of it every day, and you're pushing on this project, and that means a lot to me. But it's a very impressive project. I think all of us are going to be pleasantly surprised. As Councilmember Bash talked about, also attended the RTRP working group meeting last Monday. And then today I attended, I filled in for our mayor and attended the mayor's meeting. And just some of the topics we discussed were about the annual conference, policy committee, meeting coming up in Pomona, a little on the state budget, and some questions on what are the various cities doing in regard to short-term rentals and that excise tax, the 15% that the state's proposing, and what do we all do on the 4th of July? And as far as enforcement and different events. So that was a good meeting. It's a good group. But I did also want to add something to Councilmember Bash's Metropolitan Water District tour, that one thing we need to put on our radar that's in conjunction with this is some of the assembly bills and assembly discussion that's coming up on water rights. They're taking away or attempting to take away water rights. And it'll be a lot more serious than them losing fishes. I think that's something that we need to be aware of with our lobbyists, and that you also talk to your WRCOG group about that count. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So June 12th was the day of the Cowboy Planning Meeting. That event is coming along quite well. So please mark your calendars for July 22nd for rodeo up at Eagles Park. Attended the barn subcommittee, and again, very pleased with the progress on the barn. Very excited, and it's going to be a huge asset to the community. And then today was able to attend the District 2. There was a senior legacy recognition luncheon where a senior citizen from each of the communities in District 2 was awarded or recognized for their contributions to the community. It was the inaugural event. And so it was nice. Lieutenant Francis and Lori went along as well to represent the city. So thank you for spending time today doing that. And that will conclude our reports. So we'll move on to item number 2, which is our consent calendar. So those of you in the audience, all the way to letter U today, pretty extensive consent calendar today. So any items need to be pulled from council. I'm going to start over here on this side. Greg? Berwin?
I'd like to pull item H.
Okay, item H. Greg?
A through Z,
Stop it.
uh,
Of course you did.
No.
2G, 2H, 2K.
So I have G, H, and K for you, correct? Catherine?
Q. 2Q. Q is in Queen.
All right.
S.
All right. So just to confirm, I have 2G, Councilmember Newton, 2H, Councilmember Hannah and Councilmember Newton, 2K, Councilmember Newton, 2Q, Councilmember Alleman, and 2S, Mayor Pro Tem Bash. Are there any public comment cards?
We have no public comment cards on this item.
Excellent. So with that, we are going to go ahead and I will accept a motion at this time.
Motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll just go in alphabetical order. So we will start with 2G, Councilmember Newton.
Thank you, Mayor. Chad. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I have some concerns on this item, and so what I'm looking at back in 2022-23, this first came up for appropriations in the amount of $1.2 million. And the project description of this project was, this project will widen and repave Temescal Avenue from 6th Street to 7th Street. This project will include the addition of curb and gutter to control flooding, white vinyl trail fencing, and tree planting and irrigation in the parkway adjacent to the trail. So then, going through the fiscal impact and summary on this, the original $1.2 million went to Measure R, committee. They gave approval for that. And the way I'm reading this is that part of the 23-24 budget, it went to Measure R, but only for a request of $900,000. Am I understanding that correctly?
So this project originally was in street fund. And then,
That's correct.
so it was originally in the street fund as part of the budget that was approved. And then because the timing and how everything's coming across, we don't have enough money in the street fund because we didn't bring in sufficient development impact fees to help cover the cost.
Right, I know that, said that in the
Shifted
report.
it all to Measure R.
Okay,
As far as the cost covering. So we've already done the design in the street fund. Now it's just construction. So we, in addition, based off the bid, we requested additional money, the original amount plus the additional amount for the additional cost because it went beyond our expectations in regards to the overall cost.
so, but the way this reads to me is that when you went to the Measure R committee, you asked for $900,000.
That was the original budget because I carried at the time, I carried the number that I had in the budget over to that amount. And then the bids came out and they were higher.
Well, that part I haven't gotten to yet.
Okay.
I'm more upset about that, but I'm just trying to get the background here.
Yes.
Because the 900 throws me because the first ask was for $1.2 million. In the street improvement fund 22-23 fiscal year.
Yes, correct. Yes, it was higher.
Okay. So, and we know costs have been going up and up and up. So I was a little confused. A year ago, we had the $1.2 million. Why would we ask for less this time for 900,000? So that I'm getting to the overall thing that's troubling me with this. So Measure R approves the 900,000, right? So what's in front of us today is we get the bids, and all the bids are relatively in a somewhat acceptable range. Okay, they're close. But we're basically now asking for another $1 million. That we busted this estimate, we busted it by over 100%, by $1 million. And that's one of my concerns is that how can we miss it by that much? And it's not because we know the costs, you know, are just with inflation and everything else, we know they're accelerating. But I'm seeing a pattern here. It's just that, you know, last meeting or the meeting before was like, well, this one's $800,000 over budget. And then now today, this one's another $1 million. And to me, it should be, I don't like these kind of surprises, and we should be, I know we're smart enough to know that I really think realistically this job's going to come in at $2 million. And why aren't we asking for that? We know that where the numbers are. We have engineers' estimates. You have a smart staff that we should be watching this much closer than the other part of this going through the bid. And I may have missed it, but we set a standard on Hillside Avenue between 6th Street and 5th Street with the road work, the curb gutter, trail fencing, landscape irrigation. Standard we want to achieve. The project description back in 22, 23 had all of this, but in this bid, I see like trail repair, but I don't see trail fencing. I don't see landscape or irrigation.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Correct. So what we determined during the design, and we haven't given up on this aspect, we didn't include it in the project because we want to go forward, is that unfortunately, as we redo the road, put the curb and gutter in, the alignment of our existing water main is in the exact same alignment of where the trees would go. So we need to take some time to figure out, is there a way based off of the depth of our water line that we can put proper trees that won't impact our water line, and how we can protect it with their root barrier or whatnot, because we don't want to damage that water line. It's in decent condition. The last thing we want to do is make it worse. So time wise, there's not a projection of when we really need to replace that line to move it in the street. So we're doing the work to widen the road, to establish the proper parkway, to establish the trails and widen it in certain areas that are narrowed. But we were going to work on how can we establish the proper trees or shrubbery that could be placed there in order to try to do the same thing we did on Hillside. And that's what I'm still working on with WCA to figure out, because we need to go through and pothole a lot of our depths to figure out, because I didn't want to end up doing just a few trees in sparse areas and spend all that money on an irrigation system and it not come out the way you expected it to be. And so that's why I'm having to go through, because our elevation of our water main changes in certain areas. Sometimes it gets 5 feet deep, sometimes it's 3 feet deep, and it keeps shifting.
Right.
So we want to be careful before we plant any infrastructure like a tree over our water main. That's not desirable.
So, well, I guess before I ask my next question on this, at least, you know, when we're trying to set a standard, maybe in the report, you could say the reasons you just gave about, hey, this is why I didn't put in trees in the landscape.
You're right. That would have been very helpful information for
Right.
council.
It lowers my blood pressure and all that. So, but did I understand your comment correctly that we're going to come back and relocate water line?
No.
Oh.
My goal is to work with WCA and see if we can find a tree that can go over our water line and not
Okay.
impact, the roots won't impact the main.
Existing in
Existing.
place.
And because we already knew that we weren't going to replace that main like we did on Hillside. I had to replace that main before I could even do the street, because the water main was too low when we did that. This one I looked at, is this main anything I'm going to replace? So maybe I hold off on the street repair and then get the water main moved, and then we have a complete street as we desired. The main's in pretty good condition. We haven't had any issues. It's not need replacement. So I felt, okay, I need to still try to work within the goal of establish the proper parkways and then figure out a plan. What could we plant, if anything? Because coming back and planting the trees and even doing the irrigation system, because we do the irrigation system down the trail, is achievable after the fact. It's not going to be impacted by the work we're doing now, in that we're going to damage something or tear something up. So we can handle that work after the fact. I just want to make sure it's right, and that I can give a full projection of what's going to look like to council before I ever ask for any additional money to do that. But that is the goal. We will set it up to try to do that by the work we're doing here. So we're not having to go back and tear up the street, do something different to establish a parkway. We're doing that now, and it'll be proper and set up. But we can come back later with the irrigation if we can get it planned properly.
Right. But I didn't see trail fencing in this bid either. I saw like redoing the trail. And there's some demo, but does this have, I didn't see new trail fencing.
Trail fencing was in there.
I may have missed it, but I know there was removals and restoring the trail. But I'm kind of getting a little off topic on this. So my concern is this, that I think from a finance aspect and also for council, that we it's like we're just swiping the credit card. Okay. 800,000 here, 600,000 here, $1 million here. And we're just, some point we're going to run out of money, and we need to stay on top of this consistently. So my recommendation on this item is this needs to go back to the Measure R committee with an ask for the additional funding. They're the responsible committee that should look at this. They approve the project, but they're also responsible for the funding, just like we did with the barn project, that we went back to the Measure R committee. So that's my recommendation on this. This is go back to Measure R and ask for the additional funding, and then get their opinion on it.
Second.
This is Measure R funding. Yeah, it went through the last Measure R meeting where we highlighted the additional fund, but I don't think we highlighted the specific project increase.
And believe me, I'm not denying the fact the road needs the repair, but there's a lot of roads that need repair, and I'm more concerned about where we are with these cost overruns and not being realistic in our original budgets.
If I could, and I want to clarify, I take responsibility for the original budget. That's my error. That creates a part of the angst that I'm sure council feels when you see these overruns. It's just not proper estimates by me and my team, but I take responsibility for it that creates the issue. But I do want to convey and understand, help you understand, is that these are the project costs nowadays. This is the cost. We definitely, my mistake was under budgeting what it would cost, but these are the costs we're facing for all our projects going
Oh,
forward.
and Chad, and I
No, I just,
appreciate that, and that's never been my argument. I know where the costs are, and I know how they accelerate. What we paid tomorrow is going to be a lot different tomorrow, the next day.
yep, and it's fine.
But we know that. We know how to figure that.
I'm happy to go back to Measure R. The only thing I'll have to consult with the contractor is, are they willing to hold it until July? Because I don't think we have a meeting scheduled for June beyond their contract time period. So I'll find out.
Tell them race went down.
Under discussion, Councilmember Newton, what? My
I'm
question's
sorry.
for you. That's okay. What are you looking to? How is it useful? What is your thought process in sending it back to Measure R?
That committee is the one that is responsible for the Measure R funding. Period. That, like I said, they approve the project and then they approve a dollar amount. And I think they also need to be aware of that they approved $900,000.
But it came back again, correct? This came back in their updated budget at their previous meeting.
No,
It didn't. Okay. What is our practice previously, and when we send things back and when they just come to council?
So mine, and the staff can chime in, Lisette can chime in if necessary. My understanding is that the practice has not been 100% the same all the time. But in general, once a project has been approved by Measure R, the project itself, so the committee has determined its appropriate use of funds, then changes to that amount have not generally gone back. Now, that's not always true. And obviously here we're talking about a lot of money. It's another $1 million. So, but that's generally the practice, right? With some exceptions.
Yes, that is correct. This is the largest amount that bid has come up and increased, where Measure R has approved the project. The only time we've gone back was for the pole barn, and that did create that, we should go back and at least notify them. But their role, or my understanding of their role, was once they approve the project, if there are budget increases, it's council that approves the funding for that, since they have already approved the project.
So having said that, we'll do whatever you'd like us to do. So it's up to you to determine what your practice
I'm
you
just
want our
wondering
practice
what
to
we
be.
gain from it. If it goes and it gets denied, then now we don't have our street project, or if it's just going for them to say yes again, and if it delays the project.
I think it's something that we should establish, that we need to have realistic budgets. But more so, Catherine, is my concern of, and I don't mean it at Chad, but I know I can pound at you, but it's like I said earlier, you can't keep swiping the credit card. And we're talking bigger amounts. I mean, I know we had one $800,000 just a few weeks ago, didn't we, Lisette?
Yes, and on finance side, we do track our estimated fund balance when the staff reports that do come through. And I have sent an email to staff saying, as these bids are coming in, please meet with us so that we make sure that our estimated fund balance could account for all these increases.
And are you meeting?
No,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
So some of them are a few years ago. Sometimes when these increases are coming, these are projects the budgets were set 2019, right? I mean, and because these are the costs that we have now, they've incrementally increased.
This is a
They've gone up.
recent budget.
This one is, in
900,
this case,
right.
yes, but some of them haven't been, right? There's been a larger gap of time.
If we go by this schedule, though, it's completed this month. So, it's just, I'm afraid we're getting into a bad pattern. We're going to run out of money if we keep having overruns and unrealistic budgets.
Mayor, if I may, like, I understand the issue. We could go back, I think, and take a hard look at our CIP in general and revisit our budgets, make sure we're there. But the reality is, even if we were wrong, this is still the number, right? So it's
Right.
a prioritization. Like, is this the right project? You know, we know that the economy ebbs and flows, and if the economy is ebbing, prices go down. But when that happens, I can't say. So then it's really just a policy choice. Is this the right project, the time for this expensive project? So I hear you when you're frustrated by the estimates being off, and we'll work on that. But where we are now is this is the project. So perhaps the question is, does the Measure R committee still concur that this is appropriate? They feel like this is a good use of the roughly $2 million, or not, right? 1.7, whatever the number is. But the number is what it is, right? That's the project cost.
That I understand. But it all goes back to, we shouldn't have these surprises. And I'm not worried about little costs. But
Well, and I concur with you completely on that, right? And that's something that I think we can adjust and fix and get better at, because some of it I feel like is just being based on maybe previous thinking. But if we want feedback on whether the project is appropriate, then it's appropriate to send it to Measure R. But if we want the project to get done, I don't see that sending it back, it's just going to delay us.
and the cost will go up even more.
Yeah,
So
so
we can
that was
rationalize
my
it that way
question.
too, but,
Yeah.
you know,
And what purpose does it serve? You know, is it so I can support your request?
Still go back to, I mean, the funding, additional funding will still come out of Measure R.
but they're the ones responsible for it.
Yeah.
And I think it's that it should be staff going back to measure that commission that's what they're charged with, to say, hey, I need another $1 million. And here's the reasons why.
Well, and just to put my 2 cents in the discussion, you know, that I'm going to assume that this has been in the works for a couple weeks, and the bids were opened on May 24th. So, you know, but even to speak to what Greg said, we knew they were going to come in higher. You had a Measure R committee meeting at the end of May. I don't have a problem with, hey, we're opening bids tomorrow. We're opening bids next week. You guys, these are going to be over. This is where we're going to be at. And getting, you know, a buy-in from Measure R at that time would be fine. And I think that would meet kind of our qualifications. But for me, it's frustrating that we had a Measure R committee at the end of May. So now we're put in a position, hey, we're just going to take $1 million. Like, we're not talking about $10,000 over. We're talking about $1 million that we're just gonna be like, oh, well, we're gonna take it because they approved the project at 900,000. Like, for me, that justification doesn't hold water. So, you know, if you have something kind of coming up and we know it's gonna be over, then approach the Measure R committee when you have those meetings so that they can do the approvals on it. I guess the other part that's frustrating to me, yeah, we're taking these things from 2019 or 2020 or whenever. Can we rewrite, you know, what we're sending out to get bids on instead of just keeping that original engineering? To me, it's kind of being lazy. We're just going to take it off the shelf from 2019, knowing darn well that it's not going to be in the same place. And so, you know, again, you've spoken to the fact it's creating some angst and all of that. And
Well, and to clarify, so we originally had it in street fund. At the same time, we already knew there was going to be more expensive, so I was asking for money in Measure R. But unfortunately, there's not enough money or any really money left in street fund to cover the project that was approved because the money didn't come in as we thought it would. So then it's like, oh, now I need even more money from Measure R. So between the two pots, I thought I'd have enough money, but it's not
Right.
there.
Well-
And so then it just doubled on Measure R because street fund is.
well, and I
funds
think
aren't there.
banking on that money that was supposed to come in is bitten us a couple of times already saying, oh, that money was going to come in and it hasn't. This is at least the second time that I know of that it's kind of bitten us in the rear end because we were counting on that money being there.
And in this CIP, the city
So-
manager made sure that we don't budget anything that includes potential development impact fee money.
Right.
Don't include it. So we didn't include it in
Absolutely
any of our estimates in CIP for this year budget you're approving. That has not been included in anything we accounted for to fix that issue.
So I guess for me, this is really a discussion about whether it goes back or not. It's about setting a precedent and following a procedure and being consistent. Oh, well, if it's 10 grand, we're not going to go back. But if it's $1 million, we will or we won't. I just need it to be consistent. And again, it goes back to, it's the taxpayers' money, it's Measure R, it's a sensitive issue. It's going to cost us a couple weeks. It's going to cost us a couple weeks, but that's where I'm at on this particular topic. So.
How many more hits can Measure R take like this?
So currently with all the
The
um,
dust
the
settles?
additional funding, if all the revenues come in, all the CIP projects that have been approved for what they're currently at, there'll still be about 3.8 million in Measure R at the end of next June. About 3.8 million.
Which isn't a lot of money. The way it's going today.
That is assuming they complete all their Measure R projects on time.
Each year we've ended with, I think, about 5 million in Measure R because things don't always work out and not 100% of the money has never been allocated every year for instances like this. And then usually there is some, unforeseen things where things just don't happen on the timeline.
Well, I'm fine. If the majority, if you don't think we need to go to the Measure R committee on this and you want to move forward, at least let's try to step up our process a little bit.
I like
And-
the mayor's suggestion. Perhaps we should set a threshold, right? I mean, when we talk about like the barn went back, the barn was $2.5 million more, right? So that was a large increase. We're talking now about $1 million. So let's agree on a threshold. If it's above a certain amount, then we send it back for reconsideration. I think that's straightforward, fair to the committee, fair to, our residents to be able to say, why did this go back? Why did this not? And it's not kind of depending on whether someone catches it and brings it up or not,
Would have difficulty setting the threshold. I mean, you want a percentage of project maybe, like we do with cost overruns, change orders,
Sure.
something like that. But to fix at a dollar amount, that would be
Then the percent.
for me.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, I mean, we allow a 10%,
Like
city
25.
manager's authorization, for unforeseen change orders. Depends on the dollar amount of the project though, too. That another 10% on a $100,000 project is not worth talking about. But 10% on a $5 million project is.
You could do a percent and amount, whichever is higher. Say 25% or 100K.
Pulling the number out of the air.
We can get this issue taken care
I
of
was
and make
gonna
the decision
suggest-
for tonight.
I
and
was gonna
then
suggest-
Look at
we
something.
can figure the other part out later, please.
Sounds good.
If I may, Mayor, can I suggest, so yeah, and since this isn't agendized tonight, so we'll bring back an item, we'll propose a policy, and then we'll bring it for your for your discussion and consideration. How about that?
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second on the floor
Yeah.
to return to
Want to
Measure
amend
R.
the emotion or?
No,
I'm fine with the motion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not gonna take it
let's
back,
vote.
right?
I was going to take the motion back to go to
Oh.
Measure R.
I don't take my second back.
Yeah, I just voted for
Yeah.
your motion, so
Okay, so my motion
I think
stays.
yes. I think we had a good discussion. I think we came to consensus on how to make better decisions.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes with Councilmember Hannah voting no.
Thank you. So we are going to move on to item 2H. Is it all right if I let Councilmember Hannah take this one first? Well, you did too. So, Councilmember Hannah.
Well, I just had to, excuse me, I had a compliment on that. I talked to Chad about this the other day, and I think that I want to compliment him and his staff with a good job of figuring out the rerouting of the storm drain through that property there and getting the right of way. Because that is the second, that is one of two of the worst corners in the city. That one and the one at Fourth and Valley View floods all the time. Those were the two worst intersections. I'm glad to see that we're finally gonna get them both fixed. So thanks, Chad. It's all yours, Mr. Newman.
I know I shouldn't say this, but this almost proves what a hypocrite I can be at times. That this budget was $1.1 million, right? And the numbers came in at $2.1 million. But it's flood control money, okay? That we all share with our property taxes, and we will have 100% reimbursable on this project. So I'll be the first to admit that I can be that way. The reason I pulled this one, Chad, when you're done laughing at me,
Hypocrite.
no, you don't need the motion. I'd like to know the ones that aren't. This is going to impact two ranches. One specifically is a training facility, and in the bid is different considerations to, like restore the arena to proper grade, whatever. I just want to make sure on the side agreement, there is a side agreement on this project for impacts to the ranch off of Temescal Avenue.
When you say a side agreement, you mean
A
the
side
accommodations
agreement
for the
to,
horses?
yeah, as far as if there's impacts to the training, to the horses, that they have to be relocated, that burden is entirely up onto the city to pay?
Correct.
And not, is it flood control, or is that a burden that we're going to take that we agreed to, which was part of being granted that easement across private property?
So what we did is, rather than paying for facilities, and we couldn't get facilities that could accommodate the number of horses there because they're used for training each day, and it would send the trainer to various locations, et cetera. They really want to see one location.
Correct.
So what we've done is accommodated and set up a schedule and an opening at Ingalls to house all those horses, to make them available for the trainer to be there, the staff to be there, to give them care, feed. Everything is arranged up at Ingalls, where all the horses will be up there at one time. For basically what we're hoping to do is a 10-day period. We've done a walk with the contractor, and it specified a specific dates that wherever that in the project, they must now go through the stall area and get that pipeline done and out of the way so that they can work. So at some point, the horses come back and they can be where they're at, and they're out of the area, so they're not disturbing the horses because they clean that area. So we've developed that process working with Patty and her team for up at Ingalls. They've given Patty the appropriate documentation that she needs to do that. So
Okay.
basically, we're using our own in-house resources to help facilitate the project.
That also includes security?
They are actually being required to provide their own security for their horses. For that, I know we have our own security guard, but they're
Right.
not meant. They're more for the grounds,
Sure.
not for that. So they really wanted to make sure that they're protecting their horses, and so they're agreed to bring in their own security to do that. But the process has been very smooth, and we've had numerous conversations to answer all the questions that might be there before we ever agreed to start the project, to make sure everything, that they were comfortable with the process and how it would be done, and they were being listened to. So it's been a very positive project overall at this point and we'll be babysitting the project, especially when they're on private property, to make sure they're paying attention to the details, that they're being cautious as they're doing things. And that it's understood and we've been clear to both property owners that if for some reason, because it can happen, something gets damaged that was unintended, it will get replaced or repaired.
In a timely manner.
Yes.
And then just to note that at the one facility, all improvements were permitted and approved by Public Works, like the grading, the arena, all of that, and that it will be restored to that original condition.
Yes. Yeah. Document all the conditions existing and make sure note of anything that is not as intended to be, when it's put back, will be addressed before the contractor ever gets their final payment.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we had that discussion out in the open, and that's my only comments, Mayor.
Any other comments? So I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Take a vote.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on to item 2K, Councilmember New.
This was just a real quick question for you, Lori or Amanda, or actually it's a Matt question. That with this item, since we reduced the video screens, we changed that scope of work. It will still be leaving a point of connection, that this current project, so that in the future, we will still be able to, if we find a need, we'll still be able to bring that equipment in. And we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. That's what I want to make sure. And that's a yes.
Yes.
And Matt, you never get a chance to talk to us, so.
Yes, it will leave a point of connection. I know that we had mentioned that there will be some waterproof boxes as well for some of the connected inputs for the staging area when they have a stage up. So that is still included in this revised.
All right. I just want to make sure we were good on that. I appreciate the value engineering and all the work that you've done on this. I don't have any further questions.
Mayor, if I make a note before you make the motion that item 2K, you have a substitute item that was passed out earlier in the week. So the motion should be with regard to that substitute item. You're not seeing the correct updated numbers on the board. So just want to make sure that's the motion when you're ready to move to approve. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the substitute item 2K.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay, thank you. And then just for clarification of the audience, and the dollar amount is up there. It's $167,000 with the removal of the proposed video wall at this time for that project. So we will move on to 2Q. Councilmember Allen.
Yes. So I pulled this item because I just wanted to preface my vote on it. I voted no on these last time, but I sent many questions to our city manager and also to the lieutenant. So I really appreciate the answers that I got back. And I really appreciate how useful the 10 that we have installed in our city have been. They really have assisted our sheriff's department in solving a number of crimes. And I know that a number of cities have them, and we're able to share data and use data across the network. And then this item is to add an additional 20 to our existing 10 that we already have, that we already are using in our city. And one of my concerns was is the same that it was the first time in terms of an auditing policy. And so correct me if I'm wrong, because I have asked all of my questions and I have my answer. But if I'm wrong, please correct me. There's a lot of sensitive data in here because it's getting personal information of people who are moving about to and from the city, and most people who are in the system aren't committing crimes. But the use isn't regularly audited. So if there is something suspicious that happens or that comes up, an audit would be done to check if the system's using properly. And my understanding the first time was that there were more regular audits that were happening, that sometimes the sheriff's department was auditing to make sure that it was always being used in the appropriate way. But through my questioning this time, I don't believe that that's what's happening. So just wanted to clarify that. And that's really, for this item, I would like to see that there was a little more oversight on what was happening with that. So yes, please. Thank you.
Let's see, talking into this without breaking my back. Good evening, council. So we actually have in our policy 412.6 under subsection E, the ALPR system audit should be conducted on a regular basis. So under the civil codes that we have that we operate under, it's not a shall, it's more of a should. So again, we're in kind of a position of public trust. So we trust our employees to do the right thing, just like for our personal data, the pledge entries and stuff like that, running people national databases. So what we do currently in the city of Norco is we keep track every time block is used for an investigation. So we keep more so statistics, which is, your return on investment, so to speak. And it's very easy to go in and, pull up one of the deputies that used it for an investigation and make sure they, put the right file on number. As I mentioned to the city manager before, it's very easy if something were to happen or suspicion would come up that someone's inappropriately using it, that everything's tracked for the civil code, that we can easily conduct a detailed audit. It's retained, every inquiry is retained for 2 years for us, so it's very easy to go back and actually do that. So again, it's open to interpretation depending on each station, but it's very easy. I like to do a little bit more, keep track of it, so it's easier for me to kind of.
So could you elaborate on that? Because that would help. When you say you'd like to do a little bit more than maybe another station would.
So
what is your oversight look like?
I just found out I became the block administrator for the Fruita Valley Station yesterday. So I can tell you, I plan on, so what I can do, so I used to work the jail and we used to have to do camera auditing systems for security checks. So we would randomly every night pick we would do the opposite shift and we would watch the video and make sure they do it. So it's easy for me. Again, we have hundreds of entries a day, inquiries a day, station-wide. So I could, let's just say, for example, pick 2 per week and go in and random deputy A, random deputy B, and make sure they put the file number. I can research the file number to make sure it related to that particular inquiry they're doing. But again, there's so much data coming in and out of this that it's very time-consuming to do it. So that's why there's no specific policy. Again,
but it is being done. There are random checks that are happening.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. That's helpful because that's helpful. All right. Thank you so much for the information.
Does anybody else have any questions for the lieutenant before he goes? I do have one, Lieutenant. In the report, it mentioned a neighboring city. Can you just mention what neighboring cities have this system in place already that you might be partnering with?
So the city of Fruita Valley currently has cameras, and the city of Eastvale last say last month, just approved 61 new cameras. So they're going to come online as well. And I came from the city of Moreno Valley, and they have over, I want to say 160 cameras. So that's just a couple of local. Corona has them, everybody, city of Riverside. So it's a big system, big network.
And across departments share. So like Corona has their own police department, but that data is shared with the sheriff.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Please vote. There you go. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the last pulled item, item 2S. This is Kevin.
I hope council will indulge me. I think that Kathy would have really enjoyed this. So what I'm going to ask, and Amanda, can you do an abbreviated staff report so at least people can see what you've put together? You don't have the slides?
Well, if you click on the staff report, then the staff.
I do not have a slideshow presentation. It is on the staff report. I apologize. It's going to be a beautiful monument. I'm really excited about this. First of all, it meets the confines of the budget. It's huge. And it's also repurposing, that the stagecoach area at Ingalls. It's really, it came together so organically that it was just really neat. I think Kathy, I didn't know her, but as much as I hear about her from Danny and Stacy, I think she would have really enjoyed this. It's going to be a beautiful monument. Hopefully people gather there, they take pictures, photo opportunities, and they kind of get to know her. And, as we talk about her, we talk about the legacy, and then we're also going to have these recipients that embody Kathy's spirit. So it's going to be great. I'm really excited about this, and just really looking forward to also having the unveiling on Kathy's birthday too. So it's very special in a lot of different ways for the family, and the family's been great to work with. So has the subcommittee, and so many people on this project have donated or offered their help, and it's been wonderful. So we're looking forward to getting this started.
Well, anyway, I want to thank you because you really cared about this project and you put a lot of really good input into it. We've been working with Greg, and I'm really glad Danny is here and sitting in a seat where I know she once sat. It's particularly poignant. And if you get a chance, I'm assuming it's online. If you get a chance, I would suggest you go online, you have a look at it. It's really beautiful. And I'm hoping it's going to turn out like our Gold Star Family Memorial. It turns out better than what we had hoped. So I really thank you because it seems like you care.
When I went home that night after that council meeting, and I was just like, I got to do something. I got to figure something out. And the next day I met with, you and Greg, and it was like, I think we kind of came up with this plan, and with your insight and with the ads.
Well, I have to say that a lot of it was, I wish I could take credit for it, but I kind of walked into it. I don't know. I think you and Greg it was really nice. So yeah, maybe Kathy's looking at us and saying, this is what I want.
She's definitely helping us.
Yeah. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. So we are going to move into item number 4, which is our public comment.
Mayor, I have no public comment cards for this item.
All right, then we're moving along to item number 5. So this is ordinance 1095, our third reading. Does council have any questions or concerns about this item? All right, any public comment?
Yes, Sergeant Eckhoff.
Mayor, council, staff, people behind me. I'd like to thank the city council and the staff and Lori for working with the committee on this to make a smooth transition from a committee to a commission. It's not an easy thing, but I want to thank everybody who did hard work. We had several meetings with Lori and she really helped it out. Helped us out. And I just want to assure the council and everybody else that we will continue to take serious our ownership of that memorial so that everybody that visits there can be proud of it as we are. We take this very seriously. We visited on the commission members visit the memorial on a regular basis. Sometimes we're a pain, right, Kevin? Never, yeah. Anyway, to keep it pristine, and we go up there and clean it up. The staff does a wonderful job, and we really appreciate that. But if we see something laying around, we go up, we pick it up, we throw it away. Or if we can't take care of it ourselves, we let somebody know and get the proper people to take care of that, and we will continue to do that and move on with improving the condition. The other thing I'd like to say is because of Kevin, we have developed I'm going to take that back. Because of Ted, we've developed a docent committee of about 8 people now. We've been trained by Kevin. We don't have his knowledge yet, but we're working on it. And at any time that anybody would like a tour of the memorial, we are available. People know how to get in touch with us. If it's one person, we will arrange a tour of the memorial. We don't care if it's one person or a group of people, especially families. Anybody that wants to see the memorial and have a personal tour, but we'll be happy to do that. I want to thank you again.
All right, we'll bring it back to council and I'll entertain a motion.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 6, a discussion item, the creation of an accessory dwelling unit amnesty program. So I will call on Director Robles, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Let's see, do we have this on the screen? Thank you. So as the mayor mentioned, this is a discussion on the accessory dwelling unit, ADU, amnesty program. So as a council may or may not recall, I'm sure, this in our housing element, the city recognized that accessory dwelling units provide a unique opportunity to create not only housing units but also affordable housing units. So because of that, the city committed to further facilitate the development of ADUs by creating an ADU subsidy program and committed to spending $250,000 during the housing element cycle 2021 to 2029. And I'd also like to point out that this was a goal in our strategic plan, which was to develop a financial assistance program to bring unpermitted units into compliance. So why an amnesty program? Well, it is considered housing for the purposes of meeting our RENA. And so the program ADUs do count towards the production of housing to meet our RENA. And that's the primary purpose in creating this program as indicated in our housing element. So one thing to understand, ADUs are not automatically considered affordable units. Either have to be, there has to be a covenant on the unit, or there has to be some methodology to demonstrate the level of affordability through some study that is acknowledged by pretty much HCD to be able to be used to count units for affordable purposes. And I'd like to point out that Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, they did do a affordability analysis, basically notating that, just an example, within a jurisdiction, the affordability of units don't necessarily have to have a covenant, but in the analysis, it was determined that, for example, 7.7% of the units that are developed could be allocated to very low, and the list goes on, above moderate 7.7. So what staff is going to be doing every year, we have to report our progress towards our housing element. So what staff will be doing is working with HCD to use this affordability analysis to be able to report our ADUs in the respective categories. So yes, the ADUs do count towards our RENA numbers. However, it's important to understand that they are counted, they have to have a building permit. So in other words, a second unit, potentially an ADU, must have a building permit to be counted towards our RENA numbers. So the question is, well, how do we get there? And the proposal this evening is through an ADU amnesty program. The overall goal of the amnesty program will be to bring second units constructed without permits into compliance so that they are counted towards housing production and ultimately our RENA numbers. And how is this going to be achieved? This is going to be achieved by using the City of Norco's ADU ordinance requirements through the building permit process. And as the council is aware, we have, in compliance with state requirements, we have updated our ADU ordinance, which pretty much has been very effective as far as facilitating new ADUs in the City of Norco. So in a nutshell, ADU amnesty program defined as a program with incentives to encourage the legalization of second units constructed without a building permit through the ADU process. It will not only do that, but it will support the city's goal of creating affordable housing, and it will promote the legalization of second units, but also allow units that may be unsafe to bring them into a safety condition. As far as program incentives, what is being recommended that it be included is as far as an incentive, sometimes property owners are maybe afraid to come forward to the city for a fear of repercussions or, just code enforcement action. So what is being proposed as incentives is a program that allows an anonymous confidential pre-application consultation. And as the council is aware, we do have a full-time building official, which this would be a good opportunity for residents to come forward, make an appointment with our building official, and be able to have a discussion, not necessarily give us their address, but just have a discussion on the possibility of bringing forward or bringing into compliance their ADU or what could potentially be an illegal constructed dwelling unit. Financial incentives could be in the form of waiver of building permit fees, plan check fees, and possibly even DIF fees. And we did forward or present the city council with as an example of what typically the cost for an ADU to process as far as building permits with the inclusion of development impact fees. And there's two examples here. One that basically includes the maximum allowed size just under 1,200 square feet. And if it's less than 750 square feet, development impact fees don't apply. So there's a substantial difference in depending on the size. So this was presented to the council just to give you an idea of what the cost is in the form of building permits to be able to process an ADU. As far as another incentive, code enforcement delays could be something that we can work with the applicant to stop any further code enforcement action as they legalize their unit. And again, having a full-time building official, professional guidance on legalization. Sometimes homeowners may not come forward because they may look at it as a cumbersome, process. But we can create an atmosphere where they can come and speak to our building official to hopefully create and facilitate a method and a process to be able to get the ADU legalized. As far as any program requirements, staff is recommending that there be a cutoff date. The ADU ordinance, my understanding, if I remember correctly, went into effect in 2019. So this would only apply to units that may have been constructed before that date. When the ADU ordinance went into effect, there's really, no reason for that because we did have the ADU requirements in place. Occupancy requirement, to be eligible for any incentives or the unit, there should be some kind of proof that the unit is actually a housing unit, not some workshop or garage, etc. And another consideration could be that, for units that do have an affordability covenant, the incentive should be greater. In closing, the Planning Commission did review the recommendation. Overall, they did see it as a favorable program. They did express their support or the importance of making sure that there is a confidential aspect to the program, but they did realize that this program may not be for everybody, especially since, after all is said and done, the cost of construction, it sometimes they may end up having to tear it down. So this program may not be for everybody. However, it is a mechanism to have people, incentivize people to come forward. And also the Planning Commission did acknowledge that it could be impossible for units that may have been constructed, say 40 years ago, to bring them into compliance with current standards. So that may be something that may be a deterrent. However, again, the goal is to hopefully have some housing owners come forward. So in terms of the fees waivers, the logistics of that will be worked out once the council determines which waivers are the most appropriate. And again, once established, the level of permit waivers or other incentives should not exceed the $250,000 through the duration of the program. And additional funding could be sought through state or county grant programs should they become available. And with that, I will conclude and I will answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So we'll go ahead and start down with Kevin. Kevin, do you have any questions of staff at this time?
No, I don't have any actually, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Olive.
Just one question, Alma. On slide 6, you talked about the overall goal of the amnesty program to bring second units constructed without permits. Where would caretaker units that have been constructed but are not being counted in arena numbers fall? Could they be a part of this program, or are we just looking at unpermitted?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, they can come forward and go through the building permit process to identify or create or approve them as an ADU, so that way it's counted towards arena numbers.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, I forgot, my apologies. Our building official is in the audience and is available to answer any questions with respect to the building permit process.
All right. Councilmember Newton? Questions?
Good job, Alma. You and the Planning Commission on this. I think this is a difficult one to wrestle with. There's a lot of variables. Just silly question on permit fees.
Mm-hmm.
See, the school district gets the biggest chunk once again on this, on an ADU, but we're not required to pay TUMP fees on an ADU.
Yes, they are. If it's over if it's 750 square feet or more, yes.
So that needs to be on this list also?
It should be. And if Steve could come up.
Yeah, multi-species.
Yes, multi-species is yes. But the TUM fee is paid directly to TUM. It's not a fee that we collect. But in reality, it
would
should
be a
be, it
cost,
should be
then
on,
it's-
yes.
Typically equivalent to about what the school district fees are.
Hi, good evening.
Evening.
Yeah, in our ordinance for our fee schedule doesn't include, I printed this out earlier today, but, for the, single family fee, we didn't have any TUM fees listed. It was just, parks fees, fire, general government facilities, trails, sewer fees, water, streets, storm drains, animal control, and public meeting facilities, library.
So in essence, it is the fee is determined by TUM. They go onto a portal and
Right.
yeah,
But it's still a cost impact
that is correct.
to
That is
a
correct.
resident that wants to do this, and TUMP fees are somewhat equivalent to what the school district fees are.
I really can't answer that one because I don't see it on our permit
Okay.
fees or anything through building and safety. So any other fees that are due, I don't know where the actual customer would pay for that because it's not in our fee schedule at all.
So
You send it to Kevin Bash's office,
Yeah.
WRCOG, at
So
$7 or
basically, yes.
$9 per square foot, so.
but
okay,
it is
so
important to
it's-
put that as a
But
reference.
it's going to be
Yes.
an additional cost, not.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I'll wait till we get to discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, Alma.
Councilmember Hannah.
Yeah, Alma, would you back that up there to that amnesty program? Okay, so if somebody has an illegal living quarters back there, you're saying that they can come forward and get it approved? Do they have to go ahead and bring it up to code like electrical and
Yes.
inspection by the?
Yes.
Okay, they can't just have one of them
No.
deals like we had on Crestview one time. Okay, they gotta bring it up to code. to
They
get-
would have to bring it up to code, and yes.
And there's no penalties for all the,
That's the goal of the amendment. We wouldn't assess a penalty for construction without permits. We would facilitate and assist them in bringing the unit into compliance.
okay, thank you.
One other question, Alma. So when we're looking at the fees, for instance, the school district fee, is that a fee that can be reduced or only the fees that are paid to the city?
Only the fees that we have jurisdiction over, which would be the fees paid to the city.
Okay, so like the multiple species, TUMP, school district fees, those ones cannot be, those ones will be regardless.
Correct.
Only there were, okay, most of the remaining ones. Thank you.
Alma, in the report, you talked about potentially, looking at grants or other money.
Mhm.
Should this, I'm assuming, should the program be successful and we exceed the 250,000?
Yes.
What does staffing and things like that look like for the implications of that? Do you have the manpower to seek the other grants and those types of things should this be successful?
Why don't I speak to?
Okay, pretty sure I know the answer.
We have Alma, we have a senior planner and another planner. So if this program is to be successful, we would need to engage some sort of consulting arm to administer the affordable housing program, qualify the people annually, look for grants. We just don't have that capacity right now. We'll see. That might also be, we've talked through the years having some paid interns on board that would stay with us. That's the kind of thing they could assist with. But we're doing all this sort of work on a really skeleton budget, but we do have a lot of this and other programs that are mandated in the housing element, and we're going to have to figure out how to get those projects done. So I think Alma and Vince and Eric have done a great job moving the ball forward, but it is a challenge.
Right. And I think that's like one of the main reasons for the question is, we had asked for this to come forward and we'd asked for this to be done as a council. But I think we need to be realistic as well. And, so I'm interested to hear the discussion from the public and then what discussion we're going to have up here on what this actually looks like, moving forward and how it's going to be implemented and how it's going to be received by, community members that are are under this. So I don't think I have any other questions at this time. Do we have any cards on this item?
I have no public speaker cards for this item.
Okay, so then we'll bring it back to council discussion and action. And so I guess, you know, for me, I think we just need to be cognizant of the fact that there might not be anybody coming forward when we look at, you know, the associated fees and some of that. So, you know, is there going to be like a marketing or an outreach campaign with this?
So the plan is, once we get pretty much the approval from the council to move forward, that's where staff would be creating, basically the marketing tools and, the checklist. So basically information that the customers could pick up, you know, that, allows them, gives the information of the program in itself.
So then, let's say I've converted my garage and it's a living quarters or whatever. Can you walk me through the step of the process? I hear about this and I come to City Hall. What in real time, kind of real life, what does that entail or what does that look like?
So just going off of what we envision would be the case.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, should the homeowner come forward? In this case, it would be you.
Yeah, just say it's me.
Would come forward. Probably the best thing to do is to speak to our building official to see if it's even feasible to make it work. If it's a living unit, to see what's going to be required as far as, okay, you have drywall in there, you know, are we going to have to remove drywall to be able to check, you know, whatever utilities or electrical, etc. So our recommendation in our I guess cheat sheet that we would create is that schedule a meeting with our building official to discuss what's going to be expected. So once the homeowner determines, hey, you know, this is feasible for me, I can make it work, especially if it's an existing building that was built with permits, just converted on the inside, that might be something that may be more feasible. So they determine it's feasible, they submit plans to the building division. Building division collects a plan check fee, goes through the process, and then if it gets approved, it gets issued, and that's when they pay the corresponding fees, and then the inspections follow. So depending on the level of waivers that the council is in favor of, that would come into play. Either our recommendation is as a refund, because I mean sometimes, you know, you don't want them to give them the waiver up front and then don't follow through, and you know we spend the staff time. When it's ready for a permit to actually be issued, then in that case, our recommendation at that point, we would process a refund.
Other comments or questions? Comments now, no more.
Yeah, I think part of that difficulty, and I think some of it was discussed at planning, was I can't see a line out of the door going, yeah, maybe I should come in and look at this. I see the motivation as being, I got caught by code enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, how are we going to balance code enforcement? And I think that with code enforcement, if that property owner is given the opportunity to go in to make it right, then I think I don't want to say pause the code enforcement action, but we're not as aggressive with it. But at the same time, my concern is, does it become a stall technique that I can now just drag this whole code case on? And I'm not sure. This is just discussion on how you would balance that part of it out.
Sure.
But I think, if anything, it's going to be generated from a code case. And then it's not only, permits and fees are always difficult. We know what's happening with cost of construction, but the other impact is that I've had this illegal structure on my property. Once I file for a building permit, now my property is going to be reassessed and my property taxes are going to change. And I don't know, Kevin and I had this discussion at one time about, do I lose anything with Prop 13 now with that? I don't know. but I'm going to be reassessed and my overall property taxes are going up along with my house insurance and everything else. So it's just more of that snowball. And I don't know how we specifically are going to address a lot of that.
Yeah. And then the reality is, I think, the property tax assessment, that's, I guess, out of our control as far as, but yes, more than likely that is going to be the case. But that's actually something that the homeowner would have to factor in whether they would come forward. So,
So,
And Mayor, if I can add to that too, that's a good point. And, I think part of our, educational effort or public information effort too is to also provide the homeowner with information on the positive side, right? So yes, you don't lose your Prop 13 basis for your base value on the rest of the property, but that new improvement is assessed at the
Right.
construction value typically, right? So, but you've also added equity to your property, right? Property that was otherwise maybe not be valued in an appraisal, not be accessible in a mortgage. You've got, a permitted square footage. So yeah, and then to the extent that you provide rental income. So I think we'll have to kind of help people see that
Right.
value. It still may not provide enough value for some residents, but hopefully many will see there is a lot of value in having a legal rental unit on your property can give you some stable income. Your costs are fixed. Yes, these are costs, but they're one time. You see your rents can go up every year based on the market. So we'll have to try to sell that, but it still remains to be seen if anybody takes advantage of this program. But we have an obligation to try under the housing element. So we'll give it the college try.
I have another, I don't know why it pops in my head, but with this or any ADU, okay, you make application for an ADU. Do you have, I know you can tie to existing sewer, you have to have separate water meter.
Correct.
Do you have to have separate trash service?
I don't believe so. No.
So whoever's renting,
I don't think so.
I'm renting out this ADU, they can just throw all their trash in my cans?
I don't think we had probably till now contemplated that issue because it's an additional service you can add on. I don't think we made
Right.
I know in our municipal code we say that every residential property shall have trash service. So it's a kind of a question of if there's multiple dwelling units on there, does each of them have to have their own separate trash?
Right.
So I think
Yeah,
we'll look into that. And
There's
see if-
something in the franchise that has to do with multifamily properties, and so this might
To
fall in
become
that.
multifamily.
Does it become? It's not multifamily in the parcels
Yeah.
property track sense, but that's a great question.
Yes.
Well,
Interesting.
then add to that great question, what about the $4 a month EMS fee
Interesting.
that we pay? Does that now pick up the renter, or do they have to pay somehow that $4?
That's probably
Yeah,
something that
that.
policy wise the council will have to talk about, right? Because that EMS program is a function of our city policy. And we could take a look at that.
Yeah.
But again, I would think it's analogous to a multifamily unit. And I would argue that each family unit should have to pay its own
Yeah.
fee because that's sort of an insurance policy,
Mhm.
right? If you want to have that EMS, ALS, BLS service
Yeah.
at your house and not get a bill, you need to pay that fee. So
But I think this is all good intentions. I mean, I think we all like the idea, but it just seems to me like there's a whole bunch of stuff that snowballs and piles on that I don't know if I'd be rushing to the building counter to do something unless code enforcement got me first. So that's all I have right now.
I have another question. What implications could this have on our housing element should this program not be successful? Do we have to go back to the drawing board and come up with something else, or what does that?
My understanding, well, my understanding is no, as long as, we have, when we report to HCD, we say we have this program, whether it's not successful, we've complied with our program commitment. So.
all right. If I can add though, and I agree. And But something else to keep in mind, we do have incentives to try to see housing production happen. So HCD is looking not just for the fact that we have a compliant element, but that we're actually seeing housing production. So every year they want to know how many building permits did you issue. So Vince and the team are first of all hitting that deadline because there's penalties that come in if we don't filing that report, but we need to show production. If we were to have a couple years with a 0 in that column, I would be concerned about HCD visiting us and requiring us to adopt new programs, which they have the ability to do. So we do as a community want to see some positive action from this and some other opportunity sites that you've zoned for to provide for some housing production during this RENA cycle.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Catherine?
So right now for this program, there's $250,000 that we have stated in our housing element that we would put forth to a program from the general fund. But we also then have funds in our housing fund that could be used if there was a covenant for affordability on any of the units. So a couple comments from me. One is I think we have to have some incentives to entice people to want to do it, no matter how small. I think there need to be some incentives, and we've said that we would spend, or that we've committed $250,000 to use towards incentives. I would also say that incentives should go up if there's an affordability covenant. So if we can get people to put a covenant on their unit, so they'll keep it within one of those thresholds, you know, extremely low, very low, low, moderate income, that perhaps we supply additional funding to kind of entice that covenant to be on the property. Under financial incentives as well, when we look at the diff fees, one of the things that I thought of was limiting, so like it was suggested, perhaps for those units over 750 square feet, which is when the diff fees start, we start to, you know, cut those perhaps by 50%. So when I'm thinking of, you know, one of our goals in our housing element is to try to keep housing to be compatible with our large lots and our agriculture and our equestrian lifestyle. So I would prefer that we keep the reduction of diff fees to a certain square footage so that we're incentivizing smaller ADUs rather than larger ADUs. So perhaps it's 750 to 1,000 square feet, or 750 to 1,100 or 1,200, wherever that sweet spot is, like what's a good size of an ADU, a little 2-bedroom that would fit, but we're not incentivizing 1,800 square foot ADUs, right? Which is the largest size allowed from the state laws.
1,200.
It is 1,200?
It is
I thought it was
1,200.
bigger. Okay. So then maybe it's 1,000, but kind of capping it somewhere so that there's an incentive to kind of keep them smaller, so the footprint on the land isn't as big. And then there's a couple example programs. One of them I heard about when I was at a session at Cal Cities, and Truckee, which is a really little city outside of Lake Tahoe. They've done some interesting things. They have, you know, different communities have different specific issues with housing. One of theirs is that they have a lot of workers in their city who have been priced out of being able to rent or buy in Truckee, because now Truckee is quite expensive, kind of like how Norco is. So they did a couple things. They did a mini grant. So anyone who has an unpermitted you know, ADU, they could come in. It was only $1,000, but it was something, right? Maybe that $1,000 gets someone in the door to get something done. And that was just a grant that a person, right, could get. So that could be like that reduction. The other thing they did was they offered low interest loans, and they required a couple things. And again, these can be adjusted based on if we wanted to do that and for Norco, but they required that they rented to income qualified so that they were affordable for 5 years, and that they were rented to local employees. So I don't know how many of us have seen people who live in, who work in Norco and are struggling to find a place to rent or to be. And then they had another type too, where they would forgive the loan or a certain amount if it met certain requirements. So I think that, you know, we've done that with our SEAL loan, our small enterprise loan with COVID, and now with, you know, looking at supporting small businesses in the city. And again, with that program, we don't have a line out the door either, but we've been able to make a big difference with those few. And so I think having some of these incentives in place, hopefully will get it started. And I think when I was speaking with our city manager about this, we might need to make changes to this, just like we made changes to the SEAL, if we start the program and we see that there need to be adjustments to be made. Because I think we all want to see, if we can, those ADUs that are out there that are not permitted, get permitted. We want to get credit for those. And if those can be available to our residents, keep people local, and if we can get any affordability, then that's really a win-win for our community. So.
So a couple of things. I spoke with Alma today. I actually own a legal caretaker unit, and my question is that I pay property taxes on it already. I pay insurance, but I heard something Greg had said. It's hooked up to sewer, but it's the same water and the same gas as my house. And so I'm wondering, would I have to then go out and put it on water and on gas? And it's on its own electric. Would I have to do those things in order to make it legal? It's also fully permitted. And like I say, it's on property tax. So the question is, if you have somebody like me, it's a legal residence. There were 2 houses on the property. The story behind it is I was supposed to tear it down, and I went to the county and found all the permits. So what I should have done was said, nope, it's another house. But instead what I did was I said, okay, I'll be a nice guy and make it a caretaker unit. So I guess one of my questions is if somebody walks in with a situation like that, what do we do? They've already paid all the fees, everything's all done, you would assume, because it's already permitted. The second point is that every house, pretty much, there are 9 ADUs on my street alone, or possible ADUs. There's only 1 legal one. They're all illegal. And that's the thing, is they're all illegal. And so it's not that I want to go out and do the ADU police, but there might be more of an opportunity there than we think. As neighbors, we just had one that we were dealing with. Alma, a gentleman had lived there for 30 years, and the neighbor got mad. They turned him in, and all of a sudden he made it an ADU. So I think that even if we get a couple of homes that people come in with, and I think every tool is necessary, because let's face it, we are being required by the state of California to come up with housing. And in a way, this is thinking outside the box. I think if nobody uses it, well, then nobody uses it. If somebody does happen to use it, and you know what, somebody is going to use it. We just had, I don't want to say the name, but we just permitted, I think, that guy. So now he's got an ADU in the back. It's a full home. If you get 2 a year, 3 a year, at least we can show that we're complying with the RENA numbers. I think anything we can do to show we're at least trying. I know we've got to build units, but the fact of the matter is nobody can comply with what they want. The numbers are imaginary. They're made up. They're completely made up. And eventually that's going to be handled. I'm confident that eventually the state legislature is going to handle that. They're going to, yeah, you know what? 900 million homes is not going to work. We don't need that many homes, especially when it looks like this coming year, we're going to lose 1 million people in the state of California. 1 million people. That's the prediction. In the meantime, I think that this is a good program. We've been talking about it. I have to admit that I was surprised by the fees, but a lot of them are out of our control. We only have to hit 300 and some units. Mine would be considered, because what I do is I use it to offset for my caretaker. It's really a low income. So I'd love to find a way to make it legal. I'm sure there's other people just like me that, up in the hills, there's a ton of not illegal, quote unquote, ADUs. So I think we should proceed with this. And I think, to Catherine's point, it's going to change, it's going to evolve, it's going to grow. If we can figure out a way to do incentives, I think she's got a great point. I also think if we can make it legal, so that, let's say you have a family that owns the front house, they have kids that can't afford another house, you figure out a way to get that to qualify as your low income ADU. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it. I mean, I use my ADU truthfully, I use for a couple purposes. One, I house homeless people sometimes, and they work for me. And then other times I have full-on caretaker that is there and it offsets the cost that I'm able to pay them. Like, what? What do you look for a place, Burl? But the point is that mine would qualify for low income. I think there must be a lot of people like that. So I think, why not give it a shot and just kind of see where we can go with it? So my vote would be, approve this now. It's been vetted by the Planning Commission. And then as we need to work on it and to develop it and do what we need to do with it, I think that we just move forward doing that. I think Catherine's got some good ideas there. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, just one while ago, somebody mentioned what the TUMP fees are on residential. Well, they vary from single unit, single family residence. TUMP fees $10,000 and multifamily is $6,500, and after that it goes into the business, industrial, and everything goes by the square foot. So I don't know if the TUMP fees would apply to these or not.
Yes, we would add and follow the whatever is required from the TUMP fee. I mean, that's out of our control whether it applies or not, but we would definitely include that in disclosure in any form that we provide for the program as far as whether the TUMP fees apply or not. Yeah, and that would be something that would also assist the homeowner to move forward. I mean, it's going to be fees. Those have to be paid. We can't. We don't have jurisdiction for that, unfortunately. But yes, that's something that depending on the square footage or whatever is required by TUMP, they may or may not have to pay them.
You would have to pay it because WRCOG regulates it.
That is correct. If it's a requirement, yes, that has to be paid.
That's all.
Okay. Anything else?
Do what Banning did. So I agree with Kevin and Catherine how I think this is just gonna have to go slowly and massage it along the way. And just kind of see what kind of response we get with it. There's just going to be like, Lori, you had mentioned about like return on investment, right? I'm going to rent this out. Now, if it wasn't family members, it's going to be hard to put a covenant for affordability on an ADU if I'm trying to at least get my costs back, right? So there's going to be some massaging with this. So, but we should give it a try.
Alma, do you have enough feedback to?
I believe so. I don't. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Before a motion, what's the next step, Alma? So you'll take that feedback. When will it come back to us to see kind of what the final one is before we start sending it out?
Well, what staff could do and what staff could do is put together basically the program in terms of what would be advertised to the public. And we could bring that back before we release it. I don't know if that's my recommendation, if the council is okay with that. We can definitely do that before we release it, just to see how it's going to take form before it actually gets released.
Sure, that or shared, and if we have any concerns, if it warrants a discussion, then we can have one, and if it doesn't, then staff can move forward. I just wanted to see it again before it goes out, just to kind of see what the.
And that's fair. I mean, I think that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a clarifying question. Can I ask a clarifying question? So, I think we can share it with you in advance of it going out without having to come back to a council meeting. So whatever your pleasure is. So what would you like to do? Okay.
I'd like to share it, but I also like Planning Commission to be involved in that.
Okay. Sure, we can share it with both of you for sure.
Okay.
Yep. Great. So we'll go ahead and share that, but we'll get the program going and we'll circle back with both those bodies. Great.
Do you
Thank
need a motion then, since we just provided feedback? So the motion is to establish an ADU amnesty program.
Thank you.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are right at 9 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we go to our last couple of agenda items. So 5-minute break, please. And continuation of the landscape maintenance districts. So this is going to be Director Hamilton.
Good evening, Mayor Grundmeyer and City Council. Tonight we have the public hearing ordering the continuation of the landscape maintenance districts, along with confirming the diagram, assessment, and annual assessment levies for landscape maintenance districts 1 through 5. RKA Consulting Group provided the engineering reports along with the proposed fiscal year budget. They work closely with staff to help develop potential CIP projects for these districts, along with the growing need for a Prop 218 hearing for districts 2 and 3. On June 15th, we had the annual resident meeting. We only had 7 residents that were in attendance for this meeting. On June 7th, 2023, the Norco City Council adopted 5 resolutions providing for the annual levy assessments and setting the public hearing for tonight, June 21st, 2023. So now we're going to go into an overview of the LMDs. We're going to start off with LMD 1, Beezer Homes. On February 3rd, 1999, City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 1, comprised of 67 lots. The district was formed to maintain landscaping along River Road, the River Road frontage of this track. This year, we're proposing a 4.6% increase for all LMDs, actually. And this is the CPI ending March 31st, 2023. And this is the Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ontario areas. So for LMD 1, we are going to have an annual, a yearly increase of $8.01 for LMD1. The total district levy for this upcoming fiscal year for this track is $12,204. The proposed annual budget is a little bit more than the levy with $14,727. The estimated beginning fund balance for this LMD is just under in the red at just under $2,000, and the estimated fund balance at the end of next year's budget will be in the red once again at $4,382. LMD2, Western Pacific, on January 27, 2000, the City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 2, comprised of 219 lots. The district was formed to maintain landscaping along Norco Hills Road and Hidden Valley Parkway. The district also maintains selected interior slopes, wetlands, equestrian trails, and Norco Hills Park. Once again, the increase is 4.6% for a total of $36.75. The total district levy for this upcoming fiscal year is $183,000. The proposed annual budget is $200,000. We do have an estimated beginning fund balance for this district in the amount of $700. And the estimated fund balance at the end of this proposed budget is in the negative $15,980. We have 2 additional line items on this budget, a $10,000 line item for a Proposition 218 hearing, along with a $25,000 CIP line item for a PIP playground project. Now, this is a necessary ADA requirement for this playground. It's something that we definitely need to do this next year. LMD3, you have the Syntex track. On June 6, 2001, the City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 3 for comprised of 82 lots. The district was formed to maintain landscaping along Norco Hills Road and certain designated slopes within the district, as well as all equestrian trails in the development. The increase was 4.6% for a total of $55.04. The district levy for this upcoming year is $102,634. Proposed annual budget is $123,000. We are in the red at the beginning of this fiscal year, this upcoming fiscal year, by $5,378. And our estimated fund balance at the end of this budget is $25,575. So we do have a line item in this budget for $10,000 for a Proposition 218 hearing. Next, we have Norco Ridge Ranch. On October 2nd, 2002, City Council adopted Landscape District 4, comprised of 562 lots. The district was formed to maintain landscaping within certain slopes, irrigated and non-irrigated, fuel modification areas, parkway landscaping, just killed a bug, sorry, equestrian trails, natural open space, wetland areas, and Ridge Ranch Park. We had an increase of 4.6%. So we do have LMD. It is broken up into two different districts. LMD for Mount Shasta, that's 25 parcels. They just don't receive the same benefit as the rest of LMD 4. So if you look at the majority of LMD 4, the increase is $41.91. Those 25 parcels on Mount Shasta are at $9.20. The total district levy in this upcoming fiscal year is $516,945. Proposed annual budget is $609,598. The estimated beginning fund balance for this LMD is actually pretty healthy in the amount of $298,060. Estimated fund balance at the end of this next proposed budget is $205,400. We do have two line items for this district, which is $20,000 for the annual drainage enhancements, and then another CIP project in the amount of $50,000 for the PIP playground surfacing. And the last LMD is KB Homes. On January 7th, 2004, City Council adopted Landscape District Number 5, comprised of 50 lots. The district was formed to maintain certain exterior slopes, parkway landscaping, equestrian trails, 2 park lots, and Hawks Crest Park. The increase this year was $59.88. The total district levy for this upcoming fiscal year is $68,091. Proposed annual budget is $86,383. This district is also in a pretty good financial standing with an estimated beginning fund balance of $118,496. At the end of this upcoming fiscal year, your estimated fund balance is $100,204. There is one CIP line item amount in the for $30,000 for annual fence replacement project. This is switching out their wood lodge poles to white vinyl. And this is just an overview. We're going to be bringing this back to you on the next council meeting, July 19th. This is kind of a timeline of events in which we're working on behind the scenes for those Proposition 218 hearings for LMD 2 and 3. We're looking at, mailers, lawn signs, a Touch a Nova truck, where we will have like a community event where people will come out and actually see the equipment that Nova has and kind of familiarize yourself with what they actually do, because a lot of people don't know. Then we'll set the public hearing. We'll have the ballot go out, and we'll do a couple. We'll do a virtual meeting, another informational meeting, and then and have that public hearing. So tonight, the recommendation to City Council is for City Council to open the public hearing, and if no more than 50% of the property owners within the district protest, it would be appropriate to adopt the 5 resolutions, providing for an annual assessment levy necessary to maintain the landscape maintenance districts. With that, we have any questions that you might have.
So we'll go ahead and have council questions of staff. So Councilmember Hannah, do you have any questions? Councilmember Newton, any questions?
Amanda, just one right now on LMD 4. You had drainage enhancements
Yes.
specifically.
So there are these drains that go into the parkways. They're plastic. Sometimes you might see them. They're like a box, and then they go out into the street. We have a lot of those get hit sometimes, or they just get broken over the years.
These aren't the ones
with
by the
use.
driveways that we were talking about, or is it?
Some of them are the trench drains as well. So we may add those. We haven't historically been doing that. This is more for those plastic box drains that you see next to the rolled curb there.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Allen? Okay, I just have one, and it's kind of a procedural one, probably for Colin. Each of these resolutions, do they have to be adopted individually?
That's best practice,
Okay.
although I don't see, I don't see a legal argument to, I don't see a legal reason why you'd have to do them individually. I know many attorneys say do them individually in case you get a different vote on one versus another. It's always best practice and the safest thing to say, yes, do each
Okay.
one as a different vote, open the public hearing as a different vote. I don't see it here. I think you
Okay,
can always do
we
it as
can do
one
it.
slate.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. No other questions of staff? All right. Thank you, Amanda, for your report. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And I will ask the clerk if we have any cards.
We have one speaker card, Matt Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Grummeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Bash, council members, staff, thanks again. I'm back on my annual trip to the city council to talk about LMDs. This time I'm going to be pretty specific. So this is all about LMD 5. It compromises approximately 5% of the total LMD homes, and it comprises about approximately 8% of the overall budget. Yet we have an observer who's paid by the city, and we cover 15% of their budgeted allocation amount. I brought this up last year. I still don't understand time, percentage, cost. When the smallest LMD of 50 homes that pays the highest amount has to cover the observer's cost at a much greater burden than any other LMD. Additionally, I want to say that the CIP in 2021 and 22 was a $20,000 error. We went over that last year. I didn't see that $20,000 necessarily be fully accounted. I recommended that we do a semi-annual kind of true-up when those accounts are being spent. That would be very helpful for the people that live in these properties. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, we had a $35,000 rubberized playground in our CIP for this year, 2022-23, and a $45,000 vinyl fencing. Good news is we've partially done the vinyl fencing and the playground is done. So thank you, everyone. That was great. Problem was, when I go out and I measure it, it's 900 square feet, yet the budget is for $50,000 for Norco Ridge Ranch, which has not been done, and it's 2,375 square feet. I don't know how we do a $30,000 rubberized playground for 900 square feet when it's actually been finished at two other parks, one called Sundance, one called Pacer Park, under a contract given to Artco. And I looked at those measurements, and those, if I use those square footage, I should be at basically between 16 and 23,000 for the rubberized playground in my community. That's being fair, totally understand it. Moving on to fencing, we ended up using about 1,000 square feet or 1,000 linear feet this year. Those costs have gone from 16 to 17 to now next year's budget is $25 a linear foot. We've got $100,000 available money. Why are we not doing more linear footage? I just don't understand. Costs have gone up 35%. I'm okay with us spending money on the CIP. I think the members, I was out of town on the 15th, but I think if we look at this, the costs have gone up and we've waited, and now we're going to only get 1,200 linear feet next year when we should have gotten 1,500 to 1,800 linear square foot or linear foot. That's all. I appreciate you guys. Thanks again, staff.
All right, thank you.
I have no further comments, Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and action.
Just to somewhat address the resident's question on the playground equipment, on the surfacing, are those like the same contractor, or was it a different contractor, separate bids?
We have to get 3 bids. So anything over under $50,000, we get 3 bids for. Orco has given us good prices. I mean, if the line item last year was like $30,000 or $20,000, we did not pay that much. You know, that's what just we budget for, and then we go out to bid. I believe it was definitely under that amount, and that money goes back to the LMD. I believe it
Back
was
to
around
the LMD.
$17,000 that we paid for the PIP at Hawks Express.
Same contractor? Did the others?
I believe so. I believe so. I'd have to double check, but he does do a lot of work for us. Lowest bid.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. And then our inspections, observations. I mean, I don't know if we can put it on a per house basis or anything, but are we spending equal time in all the LMDs, or does one need more than the other, or?
You look at LMD one, I mean, there's really not a lot. They're probably going to go through there, make sure nothing's broken. There's not a lot of trash, just making sure priorities doing their job. LMD five, we also have, we're actually working a lot in there right now. We maintain those parkways through LMD five, and they're doing a lot of work with the sprinkler systems and the trees that are in LMD five. Because the sprinkler system, the trees are getting bigger, and the sprinklers, the lines don't have anywhere to go. So that's a lot of work for us. The parkways are a lot of work for us. So they do take a lot of time through LMD five. Cody and I have talked about it, possibly reconsidering that with the new contracts that we have, and kind of reevaluating this. But this is something that has been set from finance and something that has been consistent for many years through the LMDs.
Great. Thank you.
Other discussion? I would like to say, Amanda and staff, thank you for giving us the tentative schedule for the Prop 218, and I am happy to see that there's some different approaches to those than what has been done in the past. So I appreciate that, and I'm hopeful that we'll have a positive outcome on those because of the additional work that staff's going to be doing. So thank you for that. So, anything else? So I will entertain a motion.
You can approve the whole slate, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 8, City Council and staff communication. So city staff, I'm gonna kind of scan across. Anybody? All right, city attorney. Thank you. City manager, no. City council, Berwin. Greg.
Thanks for the binder. Just, Dana, you're the best.
And again, they could just use their iPad and not have a printed binder. We could do that too.
But I'm helpless, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Alleman.
Yes. I just wanted to thank my colleagues in our community for the Pride Proclamation today. I just wanted to share some stats. In my other job, I'm an educator, and nearly half of LGBTQ youth have seriously considered suicide. They're 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers, and suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people. So recognizing everyone who makes up our community, that they're welcome, that they're loved, that they belong here, that we're glad that they're here, it makes a really big difference. I've seen in the past few years, on a personal note, more students try to take their own life than I've ever seen. I have students whose families are not as loving and accepting of them. And so it's important that they have people who love and accept them. And so I'm just really proud of our city today for that. And I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Councilmember Newton.
I apologize. Chad, would you speak to the successful, very successful community cleanup that we had? I forgot to mention Bill Naylor. I thought the count was 500 and some, almost 600 residents showed up. I was glad to volunteer for that. The shredding filled at 10:30 or before 10:30, 10 o'clock. Never happened before. That truck had to leave. But Chad, you, Sam, kudos, but would you just speak for a brief moment on your successful program?
Sure. Yeah, it was a pretty crazy day. It was by far the largest event we've ever had. When we really were anticipating it really not being, but we never had a lull all day long. The line of cars that were coming in to the point where we ran out of trash bins, trash trucks, and we're scrambling just to find places to put the trash. So I had recently contacted Glenda to try to get the numbers for the tonnages. They aren't prepared yet, so I'll provide that to council when we have that. But again, really proud of the team pulling together because we didn't really have very many volunteers coming in. We had thankfully some folks show up because they heard the need for volunteers. So we had probably 6 individuals show up, I think it was, that helped volunteer and did that. We also had the court crews that helped out. So it was chaotic, but everyone cooperated. Everyone was very happy that we did reschedule the event and had it. They had plenty of material for us. I was glad to see it. So it was just another very successful event, and the community is very much taking them to heart and using them when we have them. So our next one will be in October, assuming weather's good, and we look forward to it. Hopefully then we'll have some more volunteers and make it a lot more smoother. It was great.
And also I wanted to mention Julie with Parks. What a great job she did and kind of keeping some sanity to it. It was crazy busy. Good job to all the staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So item number 9, this evening we will be adjourning the meeting in honor of Mary Kay Hartman. Mary Kay passed away on Sunday. She's an active member of the Norco Lions Club, ran the Norco Lions Student Speaker Contest. You could often see her cashiering at concerts in the park, at the pop-up for the barbecue, and taking your money at the bar for local events as well. So she was very dedicated to serving the city of Norco, and she will be dearly missed. So adjourning in her honor this evening. Meeting adjourned 9:28.